them getting as high of a concentration requirement. So, that could be another idea. Now, the thing is, the computer will catch on if you just have 4 different S&P 500 ETFs. But, if you've got an S&P 500 and then you've got this SGOV, and then you've got another, I don't know, some kind of index-based ETF, or maybe it's even a stock that is relatively stable, then all of those things are going to help provide a lot of surplus that you could borrow off of. But at the end of the day, I am curious. So what are you ultimately looking to, when you take that money out for the margin loan, you're going to be getting charged interest for the entire time that, the securities are being loaned out against. So, what do you think about using the funds for? Is it like a real estate purchase where, the money's going to be gone for a little while?
No. It's just for day trading. It's just for day trading. Yeah, my plan was this, that I have 70K in cash, right, just sitting in my bank account, just sitting there, right. And I was gonna deposit it into Fidelity, and then I figured I could use the margin buying power, extra margin buying power, and then with that extra margin buying power, I wanted to just leverage that margin buying power, um, you know, 10,000 at least, or 20,000, to be able to day trade options with. I'm a day trader. I've been doing this for a couple of years now. And I've only ever done cash, just cash account, just been trading it there. But I just wondered, hey, could I leverage margin? Let me deposit 70K, and then could I get that extra 70K, margin leverage? But I wanted to just flash it in there. I just wanted to put it in there, right? Get the whatever margin leverage that I could get, buying power, borrowing power. But I wanted to withdraw. It's important for me to withdraw back that 70K cash into my bank account. I just wanted to put it in there, leverage a margin, get whatever that sort of margin loan is, and then withdraw back that 70K, and then just be able to use that margin loan buying power to day trade options with. But I learned you can't like day trade options with margin buying power. You need some sort of security equity behind it. So I'm thinking, oh well, I could just deposit in and then buy 40K of SPY or SGOV, and then it said something like, oh, I could use just half of my actual cash and then half a margin loan, and then I could withdraw the whole 70K cash, and that would, withdrawing it, even though my buying power is less because I just bought securities, I was using the leverage buying margin power, half and half or something like that, if that makes sense.
Hmm. Yeah. So, and yes, you would have the same thing's going to apply where you have the surplus. So anything above the maintenance requirement, that is going to be what you can borrow either for withdrawal or options are non-marginable securities, which means you have to generally have the cash up front for them. But the thing is, like, when you make a purchase of a security, of a stock, like let's say your margin buying power in our example was 140K, you have 70K cash in the account. Now,
Yeah.
your non-margin buying power is just going to be 70K because non-margin buying power, you can't leverage into it on non-marginable securities, things like options and mutual funds, right? But
Yeah.
you can use surplus, which is what ChatGPT was getting at with if you want to get into day trading options, you have to have that surplus on the account where you have the underlying, like basically everything's on the equity as the collateral
Exactly.
in the background. And that's providing the surplus. So in this case, there is another moving piece here, which is that if you would like to day trading, and I'm sure you know this by now, day trading only happens in tight margin, right? Only in a margin account. It doesn't happen in tight cash. Those aren't considered day trades because they have their own cash trading rules. So in the margin account, if you want to day trade, all those trades have to take place in tight margin. At Fidelity, in order to do an option in tight margin, it's treated as a naked, position. So, for example, if you're opening a put or opening a call, like especially selling to open, then that is going to be treated as a naked position. And so you're going to need to apply for the highest tier of options. There's 3 tiers. Tier 1 is basic single leg covered stuff. Tier 2 is spreads. And Tier 3 is the uncovered stuff. And so you're going to need to apply at bare minimum Tier 2. But ideally get Tier 3, which is going to require a good amount of financials and trade experience in order to get that tier. In order to be day trading options in type margin. So that would be another big consideration. I know you've been trading a lot. You've already been day trading, just doing it in type cash. But it all kind of it gets derailed very quickly if you're not able to get tier 2 or 3 options.
Okay, yeah, and that like, if I were to just open up like, because I don't have a Fidelity account yet, but I was gonna open up the Fidelity account like today, sure, we'll say, and then to get to that tier 3, that would be like difficult to do.
Fidelity is generally conservative on options. I'll say this. So if you apply for options, they go off the main 2 sectors are going to be there's a section about financials. So it's like net worth, like liquid net worth. So it can be like, you can include like stocks and stuff like that, because generally you can sell that and get it moved into the account if worst case you've got like a huge loss scenario, from either an option contract or from margin. So financials are going to like look at that. And then your trade experience, they're going to ask for stock trade experience, equity option experience, and index option experience. And that really is like all they look at. So when you fill that out, they'll determine based off the information just on the application. Even for a long-standing client, they really just look at what you say on the application, because they don't know what you have out of Fidelity or what you've done out of Fidelity.
Yeah.
So you fill out that application. If you don't get that tier, right, then they're gonna, and you go in, you apply for a second time, and you change information after that, they're gonna come back and say, can you provide supporting documentation for this? Or if your application has really outlandish claims, for example, you're 20 years old and you're saying you've got 5+ years of options trading experience, then they're gonna say, can you provide proof of that? If you're not able to provide proof of that, they'll generally lock you out of reapplying for 180 days.
Oh wow.
6 months.
Oh wow.
So that would be, just things to keep in mind. And Fidelity is generally conservative. I would not say that day trading is like Fidelity's niche. In general, it's more of a buy and hold. So, and we facilitate options trading and margin trading, but I think it's of the opinion at the highest levels of management that it's not necessarily for every trader, so we're going to take a conservative mindset about it all.
I see. And so if I were to just open up a Fidelity account right now, and just I don't know, say like, I don't know, the basics, and say, oh, I'm 20 years old, I have $1,000. You know, would they flag that? And then, so say if I say I'm 20 years old, say I open the account, I just have it, I say $1,000 my info, and then I put in 1,000 in the account, and then everything's fine. I'm options trading, I have $1,000 worth, whatever. Like, I'm not batting much of an eye because it's like $1,000 or something. But then randomly they get a 70K wire. Then would they bat an eye and be like, oh hey, what's going on? Let's freeze this. Let's question me. Then what?
No, a 70K wire would probably be good. Because we do on occasion, we get, people call in and they're like, hey, I'm 20 years old, or I'm 19 and I want to bring in $500,000 to trade with. We're kind of like, obviously we're going to be like, okay, how do you have that money at 19? But it's not impossible, right? It's really more of it. We're not trying to stop or be suspicious, because people make their money in lots of different ways. Some people make it on their own. Some people get it from their family. That part we don't really care about. We're more concerned about is someone going to say they have the money and then it never comes through, and then they've been options trading, and their options also decreased in value since we found out that their wire didn't actually clear. So now we're sitting there and they borrowed a bunch of money from us. Now we have to take that loss. So that's where a lot of those blocks are going to come from. But, I would say that if you open an account, I would wire money in. Don't just ACH it. Don't just direct deposit it. Or if you do, just give it a couple of days. Once the money comes in, then I would apply for margin, apply for options, apply for the highest tier that you think you can get. Be honest on the application, of course, and see what you get. Or, you don't have to bring the money in. You can also just say what you have on the application. They are going to, trust what you put for the most part. And just put it on the application, see if you get it first, and then decide if you actually want to wire into Fidelity. The good thing is, if you do end up taking this money into Fidelity and you decide you want to send it out, as long as you wire it in, it's fully collected as soon as it gets here. We don't charge for wires, so you can, wire it out for free again.
Okay.
estimated for most banks. Some are percentage. These days, I see more flat fees, anywhere between $20 and $40 to wire it. So, if you want to try your hand, send the money in, then try to apply, then that is also one way that you can go about it. Um, for me personally, if I wanted to bolster my cases, I think having the money there would maybe look a little bit better. But to be honest with you, they don't really describe their process to us too much, except they have deliberately told us, like, yeah, we mostly just stick to what's on the application. We don't really look that much outside of it because you really don't know. We don't verify what you have elsewhere, right? So you really legitimately could be like this whiz kid trading somewhere else with $1 million because you have a startup, right? We just don't know. So that's why we mostly stick to what you say on the application. And then if you apply and you find out you don't get it, then it's no harm, no foul. Hopefully we can have your business in the future. But I don't want you to, at the same time, I don't want you to waste your time bringing money over here if it's going to be a hassle to, get it out. You're already going to be out of the market in a few days because the money was over here, blah, blah, blah.
Again, so far as that, I'm definitely just mainly worried about. And then, of course, I'd ask you, but I mean, I think this might be under your regulations that you can't recommend or say or even know whatever about but basically, just my goal is, how feasible is it? Is it basically right? Just to dumb it down. I know I've probably been a really long call for you today. I know, and it's random, very specific call. But a lot of moving pieces, like you say. But I would just trying to transfer 70K into Fidelity Margin, and then buy some sort of security, and then withdraw 70K cash back into my bank, and then that security stays in there, and I could use that to options day trade. I could use that security to options day trade. I just have to be within the margin call regulations and other moving piece margin regulations of maintenance and surplus, right? Is that possible?
Yes, it is. It is possible. And again, I'll just caveat that with make sure you add margin first, apply, shoot for that tier 2, tier 3, make sure you have at least tier 2 at the very minimum. And then from there, I would decide whether or not it's worth bringing the money in and then going from there. But I would set those features up first because it is possible, but it does require you meeting those thresholds first. And they are big caveats. It's not something that they give to everybody is what I'm saying. And I'm not saying we're being picky or choosy. It's just not everybody meets like the financial and the trade experience requirements on the application that they're looking for.
And
that's what causes a lot of people to not be able to.
And this is before I move 70K into there. Right now I'm just with 1K, right? Just trying to get margin enabled, right?
Yeah, and I mean even with 1K, there's kind of another problem there, which is that there's a federal requirement that's been around since the 30s that requires at least $2,000 in a margin account before you're able to borrow.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
So it would have to be slightly more than 1K. So at 2K, you might be okay. And then also another thing that comes to mind is if you are going to be a pattern day trader, that comes with another rule. And pattern day trade rules are run by FINRA. That's going to be a minimum of 25K account value.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be cash. Just account value.
And you guys do 3-day trades or 4-day trades every 5 days, right?
Yeah, so if people are trying to get coded right away, we usually just tell them, hey, just so you know, when you're coming over to Fidelity and you're getting things and you're just starting out, bring the stuff over here. Submit 4 super quick day trades that are $5-6 each. Just get them out of the way, and then you'll get the coding the next day, and then you'll be all set up. But in general, I'd say it does take a few days, not just bringing money in, but getting the features established and then doing those 4-day trades super quick, and then all that gets established.
Okay, and then and it's again just the hypothetical, right? The hypothetical on the hypothetical scenario where you said earlier it is possible, it's caveat, there are lots of moving pieces, but it's possible, maybe very possible that so I withdraw, or I deposit 70K, right? I have 70K cash deposit into the margin account, and then what are the numbers, right? And feasible, what are the numbers in regards to what are the numbers? So I have 70K cash, and then what's a feasible amount to be able to buy security within the margin rules, and then withdraw that 70K, and then have how much would I have to day trade options with, if you know what I mean, if you could answer that. Or like a hypothetical number.
Like a like a reasonable amount to expect in surplus. Is what your
Yes,
question is,
yes, and
basically.
then a reasonable amount to be over margin call, and how the reasonable, like within the like what you said about the maintenance of holding a said security of stock, right? When I'm using that as options to option day trade with, like that sort of rundown. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, so it is going to depend on the requirements, but in general, almost every security I come across has a 50% upfront requirement and then a 30% uh, maintenance requirement, a house requirement. House requirement meaning fidelity. That's the maintenance requirement we assign. So
Okay.
I would count on 70% surplus, but just to be even a little more conservative, but also just kind of making things really simple, I would anticipate like 50% available to borrow. So if we go like the 100K example, I would count on, like basically 50K of surplus to be able to trade on. Then you've also got, your intraday buying power. Once you're a pattern day trader, that's kind of another thing. Generally, that's going to be refreshed throughout the day. So as you open and close positions, instead of depleting your buying power throughout the day, it's actually going to continuously refresh itself on top of that. So as long as you got that pattern day trader on there, that actually even sweetens the deal, and you'll have to worry even less about limits.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and then so then.
That
Uh huh.
that feature, if you wanted to take a closer look at it, is called time and tick. I don't know if other firms call it that, but Fidelity calls it time and tick. So
Okay.
it means that they refresh it every time you close out a position.
Okay. And so then yeah though, but again, so correct me if I'm wrong in here, right? Again, like it's lots of moving pieces, but it's that. So in a way, the my wishful thinking plan is actually possible. Of I deposit 70K, and then I have to buy over that 70K, right? First off, right? I have to buy 100K worth of stock, any stock, and diversify it. SPY, SGOV, DIA, right? So we'll say I do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's done, right? So I'm borrowing 30K of margin, right? Um, and then I can still withdraw 70K cash back to my bank and then keep this 100. I wouldn't. Would I still keep that 100,000 worth of stock?
Yes, you would. And I should specify you'd be able to withdraw 40. Because if you think about it, you're already borrowing for 30 of it.
Oh.
So that would be an important thing to notice. So if you think about it, you've got 100K, excuse me, value in the account, 30K of it's borrowed, and then the maintenance requirement's down at 30%. So you've got another 40K of wiggle room. So it'd actually be 40K
So
as available to withdraw and or available surplus.
okay. So and then what would be the numbers to withdraw 70K back into my bank account, but still have some sort of buying power in the margin account to work with? What would that number need to be,
So
basically?
that,
Oh.
yeah, that would be, let's just kind of trial and error it. Like, just double checking my math might be close to. No, I don't think that number would be right. Hold on.
No worries.
Okay, I think that number would be closer to 122,500.
Okay, so when I deposit, so that means if I deposit 70K cash, I have to buy 120,000 worth of stock, or
Roughly, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
and then after I buy 120,000 worth of stock, then I could withdraw 70K cash back into my bank account.
That's right. What's the goal with that 70K in your bank?
I just wanted to just to keep it there. I just wanted to keep it there as it's like interest savings, and just because I'm getting interest savings in there, so I just wanted to keep it there as that. And then
You would have, if you, I see what you're trying to do there, but the margin interest that you would be paying would probably outweigh the benefit of withdrawing that cash back to your account. On top of that, if you decided, excuse me, to keep any cash at Fidelity, then it would be in a money market in the core position by default, earning about 4%. So, just to give you some context, if you were borrowing, pulling up our schedule here, $70,000, like that's how much you were withdrawing total. Well, actually, on top of that, you'd have additional money that you were already borrowing to get up to that level of surplus, right? So you'd probably be borrowing even more on the total. Okay, here it is. Between 50,000 and 100,000, the interest rate is 11.125%. Once you go above 100,000, all the way up to 250K, it's 11.075%. So even if you are getting, money market rates, it's not really offsetting the interest in a meaningful enough way to justify withdrawing it, or to extend your loan even further than necessary.
Okay. Well, I guess even with that, even though it's not really justified or the best idea, it's still like so. Again, back to what it is, what needs to be done though, right? Is I deposit 70K, I buy 120,000 worth of stock roughly, and then I withdraw 70K, and then now I still have 120K worth of stock in my margin account at Fidelity, correct? When I have a 70K cash back into my my bank account that I had, right? Even though it's like not the greatest idea, that's still like a possible thing to do.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then so now I have 120,000 worth of stock in my Fidelity margin, right? And then I would be able to use would I be able to use equity of that $120,000 stock to day trade options with again after I get say the highest tier of options approval, right?
No, not in this case, because remember, what we were talking about is being able to withdraw 70K back to your bank, right?
Yeah.
So in this example, you'd have $120,000 of investments, right?
Yeah.
Some of that would be money that you borrowed to hold that 120K, or I think even above that, going into 130, 140 or so. And then you'd also withdraw 70K. And that's like the bare minimum, right? Is having at least that many investments in order to actually withdraw 70K. At that point, you would have no more surplus in the account. So you'd have to go even higher than that in order to still have surplus in the account that would allow you to day trade.
Oh, I see. I see. Um, so then it doesn't it does so it really it doesn't work, right? Because I don't have enough surplus.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
I think, what what makes this pretty tough is the having your cake and eating it too part of saying, like, I also want to have this money in my bank account. I think that's what really makes this a lot more difficult,
Yeah.
right? Whereas leaving that surplus in your account, where not only is it not getting charged margin interest just for the privilege of having in your bank account, but it's also allowing you to actually trade. When you actually need that money, let's say the 70K is an emergency fund for all I know, or just for something.
Yeah.
When you actually need that money, just call us and we can wire it out. And we won't charge you anything to wire it. You can have it there same day, as long as it's a business day in reasonable hours. But that would kind of be, if you're willing to be a little more flexible on that, that would probably make things a lot easier,
I see.
regardless of where you end up actually.
I see. I see. Okay, then so then really, I guess actually in this case of my original plan, right, my original ChatGPT plan, it's really not um, possible or feasible at all because it's I can't deposit 70K and then use my margin to buy 100K worth of stock and then withdraw that 70K cash back out. It's not like
Yeah, not really possible. Not possible to do it, but only to do that you wouldn't have like any trading capability. You'd be leveraged to the gills, so there'd just be a lot to contend with in that hypothetical.
I see. And is there like again, like your fidelity, but yeah, is there like any other way that that could be leveraged or another broker like that, or like maybe TD Ameritrade or anything?
So TD Ameritrade got swallowed up by Schwab a couple of years ago, so they aren't exactly around anymore. You could definitely try and call Schwab, see if that's something that they'd be able to facilitate. I want to say there's a few others, possibly Webull. I don't know how much like you'll have getting someone on the phone with them. Possibly Robinhood, except I think you have to pay like a monthly fee to just use margin. Trying to think of some other ones. There's iBrokers. I don't know the minimum required to have margin in that way. I think at lower net worth, they might charge you just like Robinhood does for the margin feature. Because if you're higher net worth, then they don't have to charge you the fee because you make them their money back. Those are the only ones that come to mind. Would be Schwab, Webull, iBrokers, or iBrokerage or something like that, and Robinhood.
Okay.
Webull, Robinhood are going to be really hard to get on the phone. iBrokers may or may not be easy to get on the phone. I think it depends on what kind of clients you are with them. Schwab is honestly pretty easy to get on the phone. They're kind of like us. They just go through a routing robot that makes you know the person.
Okay.
So I would definitely check out with them, explore your options, see which one does suit that. To be honest with you, I'm not even remotely sure of how their margin works. If it's even that similar to ours or if it's vastly different. So it could be more like the initial ChatGPT scenario that it had described, and maybe that would actually help suit the purposes.
Yeah.
I definitely encourage you to get all the information you can, and You
Okay.
know I won, right?
Yeah, yeah, okay then, yeah, but basically though, then yeah, that sort of plan. I mean, I figured it was wishful thinking, but I don't know. I guess according to ChatGPT, it said something. I don't know anything about margin, but it said something like, yeah, it's just I'd deposit 70K, I'd buy 40K worth of SPY shares, and then because I used 20K cash and 20K of margin, it said it automatically would split it, but as for your knowledge, it doesn't. It does not split it. It will use my cash, right? It will not just automatically split it for me, and I can't manually, put that in, right?
Yep, that's right.
And that's for,
Always uses cash first before borrowing.
and
Pull
that's,
the cash away.
and that would be, I mean, right, like common sense or something, right? Like, no other broker is gonna do that, right? Before I just use up, right? And no other broker is gonna be like, oh, only use, you know, half and half if I buy 40K worth of stock and I have 70K cash, so just give me 20K worth of margin. No, right? It's just gonna be like use your whole cash.
I'm actually not sure if their margins can work the same way as ours. I will say that if you go to a place and they say, well, we might be able to do it for you, I'll say probably unless you're a really profitable client for them, they may or not actually, facilitate that for you because it could be like a phone call in or maybe they have to set your account up in a special way to use it that way. But if it's their margin account works by that default anyways, then it's not really a big deal, right? And it may very well be possible.
Yeah, and then with that, basically that's probably the biggest issue I have here right now. If I just did get that actual, you know, initial margin split, even though without using my whole total cash value, then this would be possible to withdraw at 70K and then use that margin to borrow as equity for day trading options. Okay.
Yeah, and I would definitely see if there's anyone else that uses it that way. It sounds like it might be able to be something that you actually get to set up. But
Okay. Then.
if it's all cash up front and then borrowing after that, it's definitely tough.
Yeah. Okay then. All right. Well, thanks so much for your help.
Sounds good. Yeah, you're very welcome.
Okay.
Well, happy to answer your questions. Hopefully we can earn your business some other way, some other day.
Okay.
But besides that, have an awesome weekend coming up here. Thanks so much for calling.
Thanks. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
help with options, press 1. For help with margin, press 2. For help, thank you for your selection. Your call is important to us, and we look forward to assisting you. At the end of your call, we'll invite you to complete a short survey. Your feedback is valuable and helps us continue improving your experience. Please note, due to higher than usual call volume, wait times may be longer than expected. Please remain on the line, and the next available representative will be with you shortly. Continue to hold, and a representative will be with you shortly. Your request for a callback is confirmed. When it's your turn in the queue, we will call you back at 1-951-733-8490. You may now end this call. Thank you in advance for your patience, and we'll look forward to speaking with you soon. Goodbye. Thank you for calling Fidelity Investments. To get started, enter your username if you have one, or your social I didn't understand. Let's try one more time. Enter your username followed by pound. It should be between 6 and 15 digits long. For letters, use the corresponding number key. Or enter your social security number followed by pound. If you're a new customer, press 1. Or if you're a third party, press 2.
margin account.
Okay, question about margins. One moment, please. Connecting support for margin account. Thanks for calling Fidelity Investments. This is your trading services. Can I have the first and last name?
Jacob Delatorre.
Okay, thanks. And do you have an account number, please?
I don't.
Okay, one sec. Let me try to check the phone number.
I just had general questions. I don't have an account. I'm not a customer. I had an hour-long conversation just a second ago with someone else.
Okay, all right. And what's the how can I help?
So I just had specific questions about leveraging your guys' margin account. You guys offer, right? So, I'm wondering.
Okay.
Uh huh.
All right, and was there anything else in addition to that?
Yeah, no, it's just questions about how your margin-enabled accounts work, and if I would be able to, how I could leverage the buying power I get, how much it is, and then maintenance or whatnot, and then if I get that $10,000 or more margin loan, you know.
Okay, yeah, let's go over it. So let's go over the margin account and the available funds, and those take a few minutes. And so we just asked about the interest rate, the amount you can borrow, how much you plan to bring in.
Yeah, basically, just if this scenario is possible, I'm just curious and wondering. So just a hypothetical, right? If the margin works like this, right? So say I have 70,000 cash, right? And I deposit that 70,000 into a Fidelity margin enabled account, right? And then from there, I immediately withdraw 40,000 to my bank account, right? So I deposited 70,000 in it, and then I immediately withdraw 40,000, right? So now my Fidelity margin account now shows the $30,000 I have in cash, right, left because I just withdrew 40,000, right? And then I have 30,000 in cash, and then I get $40,000 worth of margin buying power, or do I get more, or how much would I have in margin buying power?
Okay, so the margin buying power depends on the amount that you borrow. You have to buy a stock first that's marginable. So for example, you put $70,000 in a specific stock, such as Microsoft or Apple, and then you can borrow 40,000. Then the account will show, $70,000 in the stock, and then $40,000 in a margin debit.
Okay, so if I had 30,000 cash, right, and then I bought $40,000 worth of SPY, right, stock shares. So I have 30,000 cash in the account. I bought $40,000 worth of stock SPY shares, right? But I only have 30,000 cash. So if I buy 40,000 worth of stock SPY shares, I use 30K of all my cash plus 10K of borrowed margin, right?
Okay, yeah, you can do that. That's right.
Okay. And then, so now I have 40K worth of SPY shares in my account, even though my real cash value is, my equity value for me is really only 38,000 of my own cash, and then $10,000 extra borrowed margin, right? And then,
Okay, yeah, that's right.
and then would I be able to withdraw 30,000 back to my bank account and then still hold that $40,000 worth of SPY shares, or?
Yeah, you can withdraw 30,000 and then still hold the SPY shares. That's right.
So I'll have $40,000 worth of SPY shares, right? But I had my original 30,000 back into my bank account, correct?
That's right.
And so then with this $40,000 worth of SPY shares, right? I have $40,000 worth of SPY shares, and I I have technically I have $30,000 worth of equity and then $10,000 worth of margin loan, right?
Okay, yep, that's right.
And then with that equity of 30,000, I could day trade options contracts, correct?
Yeah, you can take additional margin to trade options, that's right.
Okay. And then there's no sort of. So basically, again, just to double check, confirm, because I think, I mean, I don't know, maybe with this, because I was, or well, yeah, just to double check. So, I would, and I mean, I guess I'm chat GPTing it, but again, that's why I know all these things really only because of chat GPT right now. But again, that's why I'm calling to confirm with you guys that it's real, right? Um, but so my plan would be that so I would deposit 30,000 cash into this Fidelity account, and then I buy $40,000 worth of SPY, right? And then I can withdraw $30,000 of cash back into my bank account, so like it never left, but I still keep $40,000 worth of SPY in the account, not moved at all. And then I still have $30,000 worth of equity on those 40K worth of SPY shares that still stay in the account even after I move back my original 30K cash.
Wait, so when you first purchased SPY, the 30K is gone. So that was just used to purchase SUI.
Sorry, say it again?
So when you buy SUI, you exchange the 30,000 for the shares of stock.
Yeah. So,
And then you borrowed 10,000, so it's 40,000 altogether for SUI.
so it's right now it's 30,000 of my own cash, right? That's as
Okay,
part
yeah.
as part of those SPY shares, right? 30,000, right? And then that extra 10,000 to get to that 40,000. That's on margin, right? That's margin. That's the margin loan,
Okay,
right?
yep, that's right.
And then, in order to withdraw, if I withdraw that, at first I have to sell 30,000 of those SPY shares, right? And
Yeah,
then
that's right. So let's say you have 40,000 SPY shares, right? And then if you want to withdraw the 30,000, you have to sell the 30,000 SPY and then withdraw it. But then, 10,000 will immediately be used to repay the margin loan. But then you can borrow again.
oh, okay, wait, I'm confused. Say that again about how I could the margin loan. What?
Okay, yeah. So you put in 30,000 and then you borrow 10,000. So you have 40,000 SPY, right? But then you still owe 10,000.
Yeah.
And then if you sell 30,000 of SPY,
Yeah.
10,000 would be used to repay the loan, and then you'll have 20,000 in cash.
I see. So really, when I sell that 30,000, really that 30,000 doesn't. When I sell 30,000 worth of SPY shares, it doesn't convert to 30K cash like a transfer, and then the other 10K on margin just stays as SPY shares, right? That 30K that I sold of SPY shares would drop down to 20K worth of cash, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so it would drop to 20K cash, and then so it dropped to 20K cash, and then so I still have $10,000 worth of SPY shares. It's just now I have 20K worth of actual cash. So I'm kind of not really using any margin, right? Because it all totals up to the 40,000 anyways, or the 30,000 anyways, right?
Okay, yep, that's it.
Okay. Is there any way that I could use is there any way? So say I put that 40,000 or 30,000 cash, right, and then I buy 40,000 worth of SPY shares, right? So I'd get that 10K margin, but is there any way to use half and half? So I have 30,000 of cash, And then could I buy 15,000 worth of SPY shares with my cash, and then just borrow 15,000 of margin, like initially, like go half and half instead of, like more my cash use, like, or I have put it this way: if I had 40,000, if I wanted to buy 40,000 worth of SPY shares, but I have 30,000 worth of my cash, I can get 40,000 on 10,000 of margin, but could I just use 20,000 of margin and then 20K of my own cash? Half and half.
I mean, you can make a purchase and then take money out. So, for example, if you purchase the 40,000 and then just take out additional cash as margin.
Oh, sorry. Explain that again. Sorry. Yeah, bear with me. I'm new to this.
Yeah, you can just, for example, you put in the 30,000 and then you purchase the stocks and then you can borrow funds from the account.
So how would that work or look like?
Yeah, so you just deposit the funds and then buy SUI and then you can take the money out as margin.
Okay, so I would what I so basically I'm what I'm trying to do is um what I'm trying to do is, so I deposit 30K cash.
I guess what's the purpose of all this? What
Uh,
are you doing this?
I'm trying to leverage just the margin buying power, but keeping my cash still in my bank, if that makes sense. Like, so
Okay, you just want to get the shares and then take the money out and put it back to the bank, right?
yeah,
And
kind
then
of.
keep the shares here.
Yeah, so I have 70 I have 70K, in my US bank account. And I wanted to keep it there. I want to keep it there for just purposes. I want to keep it there. But I mean, I ChatGPT did. Of course, I wanted to call confirm with you guys. If I said you guys have margin buying power, so if I deposit, I don't know, just say 30K cash into margin Fidelity account, um, then I could use margin to buy 40K worth of SPY shares, and then um, from there, I thought I would just leverage the 10,000 of margin, and then when I buy those SPY shares, I could just sell that 30,000, put it back into my bank account, and then I just have 10,000 worth of margin to trade with, right? But it doesn't necessarily work like that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's easier if you just open the account and just start with a small amount, and I think that would be the way to go.
Okay. Would you know of any brokers that would do sort of half and half for margin purchases? Like, cause so I put 30K of my cash into the margin account, and then I buy 40,000 worth of SPY, but I need that extra 10K of margin. But it uses up 30. It uses up all my cash balance first. First, it uses all my cash, and then only when I'm over, my cash balance, it'll use the margin, right, of 10,000. But is there any broker that would do half and half? Like first use the margin, first maybe 20K my own cash, like 50% my own cash, and then the other 50% margin.
It's not possible. It's just the regulations are set up that way.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, anyway, yeah. Thanks for controlling investments. My name's Ricky. Glad we went over a theoretical scenario. Have a nice day. calling Fidelity Investments. Calls may be recorded and monitored. For privacy information, visit fidelity.com/privacy. To get started, enter your username if you have one, or your social security number, followed by pound. If you're a new customer, press 1. Or if you're a third party, press 2. Great. Welcome to Fidelity. To get you to the right representative, in a few words, tell me why you're calling today.
Margin.
Okay, question about margin. One moment, please. Connecting support for margin. Okay, thank you for calling Fidelity Investments. My name is Thomas with Inter Trading. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Jacob Del Toro.
And how are you doing today, Mike?
Good.
Glad to hear, sir. I understand you calling about margin. You're in the right place. Tell me more, please.
Yeah, so I just had a question about you guys' margin and how I could leverage margin, but also leverage margin basically, but also keep the cash that I deposited in my bank account. So sort of deposit and then withdraw cash, but then still have margin to be able to trade with as equity. I know, yeah, this might sound confusing, maybe a lot of there's a lot of moving pieces about it, but basically, I just chat GPT'd this scenario, so I'm calling you to confirm it. If it's incorrect, then correct me. But basically, it's saying so. Let's say that I have 70,000 cash, right? And I deposit that into my Fidelity margin enabled brokerage account, right? And so then I buy $100,000 worth of SPY shares because I could do that, right? I use 70K of all my cash and I borrow 30,000 of margin, correct? Right?
Yes, yes. So far, so good. You can't do it all in one order, but yes, you can borrow the 30,000 to do so after the margin is enabled and recognizes the fact that you hold it. So there's an extra step, but yes, technically that is all correct.
Oh, okay. And then how long does that extra step take? Does it a couple days or?
Just typically one day after the purchase fee.
Oh, okay. So it'll be just a day later. But anyway, so that would work. So far, so good, right? So now I have $100,000 worth of SPY shares. That's 70,000 worth of my own cash, and then 30,000 worth of margin that I'm borrowing from Fidelity, right? Okay. And then now, I would sell 60,000 worth of those SPY shares, right? And again, this is just what ChatGPT is saying, is in this sort of thing.
Right.
So I sell 60,000 of those SPY shares. I bought 100,000 worth of SPY shares. Now I sold 60,000, and so I still have 40,000 worth of SPY shares left. But now that 60,000, that was just cash that goes back to my account, just cash available, right? Right?
And that is the part that is incorrect there.
Okay.
And I'm happy to go over this with you, but do you currently have a Fidelity account there, Jacob? And it doesn't matter if you do or don't. Just wanted to see so I can get it pulled up if you do.
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, and that's fine, as mentioned. So, just wanted to confirm. But the incorrect aspect on that is if you have that 100,000, 30,000 being borrowed, the other 70 being yours, and you sell the 60,000 on a normal basis without doing anything specific in the typical margin account. If you sell that 60,000 of margin or SPY shares, 30,000 of that is paying off your margin debit, which is 30,000. The other 30 will go into your account as cash.
Okay. So really, it's 30K cash that will be going back to my account as available, not 60K.
Correct, because you got that debit of the 30,000. Now there is a caveat to that to say that you can turn off what they call auto journaling, where you can say you don't want to pay down that debit and say because now you owe 30,000. You have 100,000 worth of stock, you owe 30,000.
Okay, wow, beautiful. Thank you so much. Wow, amazing, amazing. That okay, discretionary margin. That's what it's called. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I was trying to hint at that because I heard about it from some other. I was with another customer service representative earlier, a representative earlier about that, and yeah, they just wouldn't tell me anything of it. But yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so it's called what is it called again?
Discretionary margin.
And then this is something that I could just turn on or off within my account feasibly. Like, is it something I have to apply for? Something that I have to, like get approved for? Or it's just a button that I switch on and off the same way I switch on and off, like other features?
Right. You do have to reach out, so you can't do it online as far as turning that on and off, but that is something that we can do on your behalf as far as turning that on and off, as long as your account can support it.
Okay. And so I'd have to reach out through phone or go to a branch, right, to turn that on or off, that discretionary.
Yes, through the phone. If you go into a branch, they'll just have to call in
Okay.
anyway. So just save yourself that drive.
Yeah. Okay. And then with this, you said I can turn it on or off within if my account supports it. And what would my account need to support that?
Just how you can go into a margin call, and of course the
Ah.
house call being the first one that would do so. As long as your account can support it in that way. So as long as your account is sufficient and you don't have uh, the worry of going into a margin call on the account, then you would be able to do so. Otherwise, then you'll go into a margin call, and now you have bigger problems, of course, because now you need to deposit funds, opposed to needing to pay off that margin debit necessarily just to get out of the house call, and then the margin debit would be secondary at that point.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I might have lost you a little bit there. But yeah. Again, bear with me. Back to just the other step where, yeah, backtracking to where we had so 100,000 worth of SPY shares, and then I sell 60,000 worth of SPY shares, and I don't have 60,000 cash available. I have 30,000 cash available because I still have a margin debt loan of 30,000 for the SPY shares.
Right.
But
So,
if I turn off that, discretionary margin, if I turn that off, then would I get full access to that 60,000 cash that would come back, and I would still be holding, $40,000 worth of the SPY shares?
you can, yes, you can, and it's turning it on, not turning it off.
Oh, turning it
the
on.
discretionary.
Yeah. Okay, turning it on, and then from there. So now I have 60,000 of cash in my account, and then still the 40,000 worth of SPY shares, right? Um,
Yes.
and then from there, if I were to withdraw that 60,000 cash away from back into my bank account, that $40,000 of SPY shares does that stay, or is that affected or cannot be possible in any way, or does that stay?
Yeah, so your 40K would stay in that sense, but with what you're trying to do, you don't necessarily need to sell your shares to get that cash out. So as you're mentioning, like the 60K and taking it back to your bank account, you'll have what is shown on the Fidelity platform as cash plus borrowing on margin. So even if you keep your 100,000 in that account, and the figures is where it gets a little complicated. So disregard the numbers that I'm throwing out, but the idea of it does apply in that sense of if you have 100,000 in the
bit. I might have lost you a bit, but I'm also a little bit more worried about I think what you had said earlier. About did you say something about I can't use margin or SPY isn't marginable until I hold SPY shares at 40,000, 100,000, whatever it is for 30 days?
Yeah, let me look. I'm just gonna pull that up just to be exact. But yes, with ETFs, they are typically non-marginable for the first 30 days, um, and that is just due to how they're issued, and that would cause a small hiccup, of course, due to you not being able to leverage this ETF. But let me look before I confirm it for you. SPY ETF marketability. Yes, so it is marginable. So it is not like other ETFs. So if this is the only ETF you're looking at, you don't have to worry about the 30 days aspect. So you will be able to make it marginable. So if you did it, say today, bought 70,000 worth of it as of tomorrow, once the account calculates based off of the fact that margin is on the account, then it will show you what your margin buying power would be, and your non-margin buying power would be. The non-margin buying power is the figure that you would be able to withdraw in cash.
Okay. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, again, yeah. So bear with me here. Again, yeah, I'm just want to double check, confirm, to, you're not, I'm calling you guys. I don't know anything about it. But just like, is it, maybe this is wishful thinking for me, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, or if it is possible or feasible about how, again, just backtracking with me. Again, I don't know. Have to keep saying it. I'm like, it might be being annoying, but, so, right. I think this all kind of just depending on that discretionary margin, right, being on. But I probably wouldn't. It probably again say if it is feasible or not. That my goal, right, is to have my bank account, right, that I deposit 70K into there, right. I use margin, buy securities, right, and then I turn on discretionary margin, right, and then would I be able to withdraw that full 70K back into my bank account, and then with whatever margin that I used stays there in that account, and then I could use that as equity to trade with.
And I understand exactly what you're saying,
Okay.
but no, because
Okay.
the 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 funds once you sell them, it's like what bucket do they go into? Is the way I'm thinking about it here. It's like okay, so you have security, being ETF or so that's SPY, and that's held in tight margin. So because of it being held in tight margin, when it sells, it's going to sell out of tight margin, and when it does that, it's going to go back into the bucket of your margin buying power, not your non-margin buying power. Your non-margin buying power is what you can take out in cash. So it'll be effective because it'll increase it, but it won't make it so that entire number is going directly back into the bucket of your non-margin buying power.
Okay. Okay. And it doesn't matter that I turned on that discretionary margin, right? That doesn't that only
Not in the sense of withdrawing in cash.
yeah. If I if and that would only work in its way it was intended to work or whatever if I kept that cash in the account.
The way it's intended to work is if you have, say, using your example, 100,000 in the SPY, and you already have the 30,000 debit, and you bring in, say, another 5,000 into the account from your bank, and you want that 5,000 to say buy SPY calls, or options, or anything outside of what you're currently invested in, and you don't want that 5,000 to go towards your margin debit, which is the 30,000. If you don't have discretionary margin on, as soon as you deposit that 5,000, it's now taking your 30,000 down to 25, and say now you only owe 25,000. So it's intended to stop that 5,000 to automatically to pay down your debit, so you can use those funds for other things.
Okay, I see. But basically, no, yeah. In short, my wishful thinking, yeah, it's just wishful thinking so far as that, right? It doesn't, I can't, deposit
Not with
70K.
those figures.
Yeah. Is there any is there any other figure that I could use that I would be able to deposit, a sort of balance and then leverage margin and then withdraw, right? Yeah, again, no, right? Like you said, it's because it's the bucket that I'm taking away, right?
Yeah, so you will have funds that you can withdraw. 100% you could take out, and I hate to say the number because the calculations are so crazy, but say $10,000 and have the 100,000 still invested. You owe 30,000 and you got 10,000 that you put back in the bank. That is reasonable and most likely possible. The only reason I'm not saying 100% is because of the amount in that figure. But that is something you can definitely do, and you're withdrawing your non-margin buying power, which is borrowing on margin in cash. You can do that, but up to that 60,000 or the 70,000 is where I would say that is wishful thinking.
Yeah. It can't. It basically. It can't. It's just. It can't be. It can't be the full cash amount that I have. Wanting to
Yes.
withdraw back.
I would correct more like 30% at the maximum.
Yeah. So yeah, really. Yeah. In our example, like you said, it would be feasible. Really, I could just withdraw maybe 10K available cash, right? Not 70,000.
60, 70.
Yeah. Okay. And then I guess, I mean, again, I know your Fidelity, right? But is there, or yeah, even in, I mean, well, you just also said about the discretionary margin, but yeah, that's definitely something different. But is there any sort of way that I could, so like normally, so say if I have, the 70,000 in my margin account, right, freshly deposited in, right, going back to step one, and then is there a way I could buy um, $40,000 worth of SPY shares. So 70K in a bank account, $40,000 worth of SPY shares, and then normally it uses up all of my cash balance first. So it'd be I bought 40K of SPY shares, so I have 30K left in my cash balance, right? But is there a way before it uses up my cash that I could use half of that buying that security as margin, like? So I have 70K and I use 20K for margin and then 20K my own cash to buy this 40K of SPY shares. Or is that an option that I could do that? Maybe I could like manually ask or something like that.
Right. I understand, but no. You have to use all of your cash in order to use the margin.
Okay.
It's the only way you can even get to the margin buying power is exhausting your cash.
Ah, I see. Okay then, yeah. Okay then. Yeah, then yeah, okay then yeah. I think then that yeah, so far as withdrawing, yeah, depositing it and depositing a full cash balance, then trying to use margin, and then I can't feasibly just withdraw it, right? It's just yeah, it does not work
Right.
like that. There's no, I can't use the half. It needs to use all my cash balance first, and then the margin discretionary is only for playing with debit, but I still need some sort of cash equity in there to even do anything at
Yes.
all. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then I think well then yeah, that answers my questions then. Yeah.
Well, pleasure speaking with you, Jacob, and I look forward to seeing your account opened up and active here in the future, sir.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Yes, of course. Have a great weekend. Take care.
Thanks. Bye.
Main Street Dental, my name is Gus. How can I help?
Hi, I got a call.
Yeah, can I get your first and last name?
Jacob Delatorre.
Hey, Jacob. We're giving you a call to confirm your appointment for tomorrow at 12.
Oh, yeah, actually, I was gonna reschedule.
Okay. When would you like to reschedule for?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, would I be able to call in later or?
Yeah, you can give us a call once you're ready to reschedule that appointment for you.
Okay, thanks so much.
No problem. Have a good day.
Bye. Hello?
This is Webull Financial with your requested callback. This call is being recorded and transcribed for quality assurance purposes.
Hello, this is Tony with Webull Financial. I have the pleasure of speaking with today.
Jacob Del Toro.
And I just need to verify some account information with you.
Okay.
Yes. Date of birth and last four of your social.
3/18/2000 0724.
And the name of the bank on file.
Chase or Altura.
Yep, I got you verified here. How can I help today?
So I had questions just about your guys's margin loan and just how margin works, I guess.
I got you.
And
What questions do you have about it?
so if I were basically, I'm just wondering if I could. So I have a wishful thinking scenario, and just correct me if I'm wrong. I ChatGPT'd this, but of course I'm calling just to confirm. It'll probably be wrong, and it's wishful thinking. But basically, I'm trying to deposit. So say I deposit 50,000 into my margin Webull account, right? And then I get how much leverage buying power? If I put in 50,000, how much buying power do I have in total to buy like SPY shares?
So it's 4 times excess, so 4 times the buying power.
So if I
So
put
50,000
uh-huh.
would be 200.
So 200,000 worth of SPY shares, right?
Yes. And that would be using all of the margin. So essentially, if there's kind of 2 things with margin. There's the 4 times day trade buying power, and then 2 times overnight buying power. So you'd have 200,000 to day trade with, but then you'd only have 100,000 that you're actually able to buy and essentially hold with.
Oh, so it's 2 times really, not 4 times.
Yeah, 2 times for like buy and hold. Correct.
Oh, okay. So for holding, then it's 2 times. So it would be 100,000.
Yep.
Right.
Correct.
So if I put 50,000 in my margin account to buy and hold, so I can buy and hold 100,000 worth of SPY or 150,000 worth of SPY. Sorry, just correct me on it.
It would be 100,000.
It would be 100,000, right? So I could put in 50,000. I could buy 100,000 worth of SPY shares to hold.
Correct.
Okay, and then if I were to, so let's say I do that, right? I buy, or let's say I buy 80,000 worth of SPY shares, right?
Okay.
And then I have $20,000 left of margin buying power. I'm already right now. I just went 30,000. I'm in a $30,000 margin loan, right?
Yep.
And then if I if I were to sell $50,000 of those SPY shares, right? So say I sell 50,000 of SPY. I bought 80,000, and I sell 50,000
Yep.
of SPY shares. So now I have only $30,000 of SPY shares, right? And then does my cash balance go to 50,000, like to be able to withdraw back into my bank, and then I still keep that $30,000 worth of SPY shares?
It depends on kind of the margin rate. So each security has their own kind of maintenance requirement to how much cash is needed in like a position in order to essentially stay within the margin limits. So I see kind of what you're asking. It's essentially you're to make it simple, you are able to withdraw margin balance. So say you have $100,000 in margin, dependent on your maintenance requirement, you'd be able to technically withdraw more cash than what you have, but it would essentially be considered that it's a loan, so you would pay interest that negative cash balance until you make another deposit to cover that. But essentially, you can take like a margin loan per se. The cash would just go negative, and that negative balance is what you'd be paying interest on.
Okay. But I still would be able to withdraw that cash balance, or
Yes.
but
Yes.
it would be
So
able.
you would have the 30,000 in SPY. Depending on the maintenance requirement, you would have to have some of your cash in that position in order to meet the minimum maintenance requirement. So let's just say of the 30,000, you need 10,000. All right.
Okay.
But you took out, or I guess, yeah. So start with 100,000 overnight buying power. Spend 80 of it on SPY,
Yeah.
and then you take 50 out. So your position 30,000.
Yeah.
Some of that initial 50,000 is going to have to be in that position.
Okay. And how much of
When
that?
you with
Uh huh.
It's dependent on the maintenance requirements, so they change day to day essentially.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Mhm.
So you'd still be able to withdraw all that balance. So if you, let's say, of the 30,000 position, 15,000 has to be in cash in that position.
Okay.
The 50,000 you withdraw, 15 of it is going to be essentially the margin loan. That would go against your cash balance in your Webull account, and that's what you pay interest on.
Okay. And then so
Are you
really.
following?
Huh?
Are you following?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this great. That was a great. Actually, that just clicked in my brain. Now I'm seeing. So when I withdraw that 50K, I don't just get 50K just magically, right? I would get the maintenance, which is we'll just again you're saying 15,000, right? Would just fit for my 50,000. It would be 15,000. So I would get to withdraw cash 35,000, right?
Yeah.
But 15,000 would still stay within that those SPY the SPY shares position. 15,000 of my real cash, 50,000 of 50,000 of my real cash into the SPY shares, and then the other 15,000 is still just that margin loan to be 30,000, right?
Correct.
And then so what so say I withdraw that 50K of cash back into my bank account, and now my my margin drops down to 30,000, right? Or no, my total account value drops to 30,000, right? And I have 15K cash and then 15K of margin loan, right? And then so those two things make up 30K of 30K of what is it? SPY shares, right?
Like that. Yep.
Right? And then would I be able to sell that 30K of SPY shares and then have 30K cash in the Webull account, right?
No, because of the 50,000 that you had.
Yeah.
Or of the 50,000 that you withdrew, 35 of it was your actual cash. 15 of it is that margin loan. All right. If you sold the $30,000 SPY position, 15,000 of that is essentially going to cancel out that $15,000 loan, and you'd be back to 15,000 net in your account. So if you sold the SPY position of 30,000, your cash was essentially negative 15 because the cash you withdrew was margin. 15 of the proceeds would go to that margin balance, and then the 15 would go back to cash.
Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, I wouldn't hold. That would just be 15, so it wouldn't it wouldn't.
It essentially evens out.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's see here. Okay, I'm getting it now. And then let's say yeah. Well, yeah. This probably is a dumb question maybe, but I'll ask anyways. But we'll go back to the whole process, right? I deposited 50K cash, and then I got 100K buying power for SPY, and then I bought 80K worth, and then I sold 50K, right? I don't get 50K back in cash, right? I get 15,000 back in cash, or 35,000, you said?
Yeah, depending on what the maintenance requirement is. So if you have your $80,000 overnight buying power that you've used for your SPY position, a portion of that 80,000 has to be your actual cash. Once you sell the position, you'd still like make gains on it per se, but it's not going to be 80,000 back to your cash because some of it is being used on that margin.
Okay.
So if you buy 80,000 worth, let's say 35,000 had to be your actual cash.
Uh-huh.
When you sell out of that position, you'll just have the 35,000 back in cash, and then the rest would just go back to your overnight buying power.
Okay. And then so say I did do that, right? So I had the 80K worth of SPY shares, and then I sold 50K, right? And then we'll just say I get 35,000 in cash, right? And then I had 15,000 of SPY shares cash, and then 15,000 of that margin loan, making up the rest of that last 30,000, right? Is that correct? Is that correct?
So you have 35 in cash. You spend 15 on the SPY and then 15 of the margin loan. I'm sorry, I kind of lost you. So you have.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I might be losing myself right now. Yeah, I'm a bit. I lost myself too. So.
But essentially, there's like a minimum amount of cash that has to be in each position when you're using margin. And they're kind of separate. Like the margin isn't going to be your cash balance. It's going to be your actual cash. That's your cash balance. You're able to withdraw on margin. However, that's going to it'll reflect negative cash in your Webull account. So you could have a SPY position worth $30,000 and a negative cash balance of 15. So your net account value is going to be 15.
So my net account value will be 15,000, right?
Yeah. I guess I'm going back to the situation. If you start with 100, you buy 80, you sell 50, and then you withdrew the 50 because the minimum amount you have to have $15,000 worth of SPY.
And then I could still have $30,000 worth of SPY shares. It's just 15K my own cash.
Yes. But that would reflect in your account as having negative cash. Because when your cash is negative, essentially means you're using margin.
Okay. And then is it possible? So right now at this moment, right, I have negative 15K cash in my Webull account, and then 15K of margin. So still there's $30,000 worth of SPY shares that I still have. And then that other 35,000 that I originally deposited, that's back in my bank account, right? But right now I have in Webull just 30,000, 15 and 15, right? And then I was told that so if I have that, so I don't have a cash balance to make any other trades, right? I have a negative $15,000 cash balance, or do I have a $15,000 cash balance?
So if margin excess what your buying power is. So in order to get more buying power, you would have to liquidate back to like a positive cash balance.
Okay.
So the more cash you have, the more excess you're gonna have. The less cash you have, the less excess you're gonna have. And the excess is what's used to determine the total amount of day trade buying power and overnight buying power. So if you have $50,000 with no positions, it's just $50,000 in cash, you're gonna have $200,000 day trade buying power, $100,000 overnight buying power. If you have a negative excess, meaning you're already borrowing on margin, essentially with the if your cash is negative, then your excess is going to be zero, so you're not going to have any day trade buying power or overnight buying power. You would just have to liquidate the positions in order to increase your excess to then have more buying power. Or instead of liquidating, you can deposit more.
Okay. And so how would it work to would it be possible, so say I put in I put in that 50,000, right? Just we're starting from the beginning. Right now, I know. So I'm talking about options. You can't trade options on margin, but I hear you can trade. You can trade options using stock as security. Okay, is that possible?
Well, so you're able to trade. So if you have the initial $50,000 deposit, you'd have that $50,000 on options, but the extra 150 in day trade buying power and 50 in overnight buying power, you essentially can't use on options. Options are non-marginable, so you have to use your actual cash.
Okay. And so
that's distinguished in the margin account. It will show you your day traded buying power, your overnight buying power, and then your
options
buying power.
And so it doesn't matter if I bought if I put in 50K worth of my cash, and then I bought 80K worth of SPY shares, I can't buy 80K worth of SPY options, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't, even though I used margin to buy SPY stock, but I can't use the SPY stock to do something else with it.
¿Me bajas la ropa para lavar?
Yeah, give me a sec,
Pero right now.
Give me a sec.
Y ven, ayúdame a separarla.
At a certain options level, you would be able to sell options, which is level 3 or level 4. But that's still, it's not really going to play into the part where the 4 times leverage for day trade and the 2 times overnight doesn't really play a role in options. It's just your cash that you're able to use for options.
Okay, yeah. So I can't, trying to find I can't do this loophole where I use the margin to buy SPY stock and then use that SPY stock to trade extra options with, right? That's only like other brokers or something I hear or see.
Well, what do you mean by buying? I mean, you can buy SPY shares with the margin, and then you still have some cash left over that you can trade options with. But if you put all your cash into SPY stock, you're not going to have any cash to trade options with.
I see. Okay.
I think I see what you're saying, where if you have 100,000 in overnight buying power, you spend 80 of it on the stock with that minimum requirement where just a certain percent of the cash actually
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, and then so I guess my other question would be, and I mean this is probably, oh no, again probably not something that's I think wishful thinking. So is there a way that, so say I put in 50K worth of cash. I put, so again back to step one. I'm just depositing 50K of cash into a margin Webull account, um, and then I want to buy 40K worth of SPY shares, right? Um, that's not going to use margin yet, right? It's just going to use 40K of my cash. But can I put a request or manually input something to where I don't use up 40K of my own cash, but already use some margin? So like maybe I could do 20K of margin and 20K of my own cash. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but unfortunately, there's not like a way to do that. You can't really set the parameters for how much you want in cash and in margin, because again, it's kind of based on these certain security you're trading. So with some securities, they're non-marginable, so you have to be 100% in cash to hold the position. In some, it's 25%. In some, it's 50%, and those rates are changing constantly.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really a way to set the amount of cash or margin on a certain position, because it could change the next day in how much you actually need to have
Okay.
in like cash.
No worries. And then, so I guess maybe for what I'm trying to do, right? Like, honestly, yeah, I'll be straight up. I'm trying to just like find loophole sort of thing, or like just my wishful thinking of, yeah, I'm trying to deposit, 50K of cash into the margin account, and then, I use that margin leverage, I buy something for 30K, and then I take back my 50K into my bank account, and then I have that 30K in my bank account for, trading. That doesn't work like that, right? I need it to be backed by a little bit of cash, no matter what, correct? Of like 10 or 15,000, right?
Yeah.
And then from there, I'm still having like a negative cash balance because I'm over 15K of margin, right? And then that doesn't even start with options because they need to be cash and whatnot. And I guess just if is there anything like, have you ever heard of something called like, I hear there's something called like a portfolio margin, or a non-marginable securities, right? To like get past that, or what I'm trying to like say, right? Like, is there any other alternative or anything like that, or not really? If you like would know, I know it's not really your forte or anything.
I don't know if I've heard of like a portfolio margin.
Okay.
Like, in what sense are you like? What are you asking? I guess because I don't know. I haven't heard of portfolio margin before. I have heard of non-marginable securities. That just means you're unable to use margin on them, so you have to have the position in just your cash, which is, it can be seen, like it's shown on our platform. You can and you can
Uh-huh. Okay.
$100 position on SPY. 25 of it has to be your own cash.
Okay. Okay then. Well then I think that would just answer most of all my questions. Then yeah, it's just kind of wishfulish thinking of trying to pretty much basically I'm just trying to flash 70K and then get another 30K worth of buying power. And then just flash 70K, put it back in my bank account, and then keep 30K on buying power. But yeah, that doesn't work like that, right?
No, because again, the buying power is based off your excess. So if you take out all your cash and your excess is negative, it's not gonna
also have to worry about like required maintenance. And then also, actually, I'm just gonna send you an email with like the different types of margin calls, because there are a number of them, and they do have different kind of situations that can accrue when you are using margin. So I'll go ahead and just send that over to your email.
Okay, no worries.
Do you have any other questions though?
No, I think that answers all of them.
All right, well I'll go ahead and send this email over to you. Just take a look at the link. It's just like frequently asked questions on margin. I might be able to find some good information there.
Okay.
And I hope you have a good rest of your Friday.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay.
No problem.
Thanks. Bye. lotion in it. What? I need to rinse my eye. Give me 10 minutes. I got lotion. It's burning. Lotion. I need to shower. Let me see. I don't think so. I just washed. I need to shower. Let me rinse my eye. I just did. I put it in the thing. I don't have much. I put it in the piles. Yes, look, no, they're in the pile. I put white with the white. You want to see it's empty? It's empty. Yeah, it's in the white with the white. I didn't have much. Hey Siri.
Mm-hmm.
Nice knife catch. Check me out, baby. Oh, you guys already see. Oh, I'm profitable, baby. Let's go. You win $50 from this man over here. What a snipe. What a great trade. Profitable 13 bucks. Let's freaking go. I'm gonna put a stop at like 82 right now. The heck, why won't it work? Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm $50. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Oh baby, a triple. Look at this go. Oh baby, a triple. Put a stop at 150. Why can't I put my stop, dog? Oh shit. Shit. Just got hit. Man, I just lost 50 bucks. I'm trying to move my stop up, homie. These bastards just wouldn't fucking, like, let me. You know, this could get awfully choppy, which would be cool. I'm looking at a whole combine right now, though. I want to put a stop. Why won't this let me put a stop? Close by take profit. So stop. So take profit at 85. Take profit at 150. And this could be going. This is going. I could just take this profit here. I'm seeing $60. Give me another bill breaker. I said bill breaker on the spot. Better not get a knife. Kind of getting chopped. I'll just get out. Kind of sucks though, damn it. I saw an extra $50 and that's huge. I'm tilted. Whatever. One good profit take. Cool. interesting stuff. I think that'll be it. And I had like $80 though. Sucks. It's not gonna let me sell. It's annoying. No. It's it. Actually, wait, no, I don't think it does. Whatever. Back to this. Red to green. Oh, it was red $30 earlier, now green $30. Pretty low. Dude, this is insane. I can eat now. Dude, I can go to Country Kitchen tomorrow. Dude, I can go eat food tomorrow. This is amazing, huh? Shit. Fucking back. Back, baby. Guess guess I should have bought 2 or 3. If I just bought 3 of those, man, shit. Damn it, dude, that was $60, so 120. Damn it, I have 150. Damn it. Oh, well. Take my $30 and go, yeah. to snipe. Fuck. Oh shit. This data's getting me, huh? Oh, that's cooked. This data's not fun. Data got me, dog. Damn it. I gambled it, I did. Oh no. Gotta bounce me out of VWAP here. Will this just levitate? That sucked. What do I have? They spiked up here 47. That was like $30 extra that I got. I was greedy and holding. Wait, it's 8 minutes before close, dude. I need to see a bill breaker. This doesn't even want to move. They caught me. I was being greedy up there. Once I just get some spike of all time, I'm fucked. Yeah, back red. This could just go even more red too. Yeah, this isn't even doing anything really. I just lost it all, dude. Fuck. Look at this. Bouncing, but this is going absolutely nowhere. Here we go, some spike. But nah, dude, no fun. I had a chance up there. That sucks. Oh man. Well, I gambled. I knew I should have just gotten off. That sucks. Dude, I had money. And then this wants to go? Like you're kidding me. You assholes. They got me. I was greedy here. I sniped it, but I was greedy. Oh well, I gotta turn off Tamper Monkey, whatever. It's fucking me over. Yeah, gotta lock it up. Classic. Damn it, dog. Was a Green Day. Was. That sucks. No, that's what I get. If only there was a lockout button. Fuck, man. It was looking so pretty. That's awful. Ain't that some shit? Let's turn off Tamper Monkey. Can't believe it still works. I just blame Tamper Monkey, huh? No. Damn it, man.
Start. One moment while I look up your account. Just so you know, we may record this call to make sure you have a great experience. For security purposes, please enter the last 4 digits of your social security number, followed by the pound sign. Please enter your date of birth with 2 digits for the month, 2 digits for the day, and 4 digits for the year, followed by the pound sign. I'm having trouble verifying your identity. One moment while I connect you to the next available agent. You would like to participate in a short survey after this call to rate us on the service provided by your customer service representative. Please press 0 now and stay on the line after the call to complete the survey. If you do not want to participate in the survey, please stay on the line and we will transfer you to the next available agent.
Hello, thank you for calling Upstart. This is Kevin speaking. May I have your first and last name, please?
Jacob De La Torre.
Would you happen to have a loan ID with you? A loan number?
I don't.
Can you provide me the phone number on file, please?
951-733-8490.
Okay. You said 951-3733-849.
0, yeah.
Oh, 90, okay. Let's see. Can you provide me the date of birth and last four of the social?
3/18/2000, 0724.
Thank you. Let me open information. Oh, well, actually, for what I can see here, you are calling the wrong department. That's fine. I can just transfer you. Next agent is going to be able to assist you on this, okay?
Okay, and then I just have one more general question before you do that, if possible. Do you guys do loans like cash secured loans? Like, do you guys do cash secured loans? Like, I would show a bank statement of, you know, let's say 10,000 or 50,000, like 50,000, and then would you guys offer like a cash secured loan to borrow against that? Like just a bank statement I could show proof of the funds, or
Yeah, the secure loans we can offer you would be through the vehicle, basically. That is going to be our loans.
the
So maybe you can check that on the website. We have like a section for secured hour loans based on that, on the vehicles, basically.
okay.
So we are going to have like the name of the title as well. We are going to have the title of the vehicle, and that is going to be the way we secure the loan, let's say.
Okay, you guys don't do cash secured loans.
No.
Okay, no worries.
Do you want me to transfer you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm going to transfer you right now. Thank you.
Please hold. Hello, thank you for calling Upstart Bar Success Team. My name is Natha. Can I get your first and last name?
Jacob De La Torre.
Hello, thank you for calling Upstart Bar Success Team. My name is Natha. Can I get your first and last name?
Jacob De La Torre.
Thank you. And then for security purposes, Jacob, can you verify your date of birth and your last four of your social security number?
3/18/2000, 0724.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a question. Do you guys do skip a pay for personal loan payments? Is that an option?
Well, we have a hardship option. If you're approved, they have different options for you. I couldn't guarantee you it would be a skip a pay though. Were you interested in hearing about the hardship?
I don't know. I guess because I think I did see it already. Like under my like I see it here. It's like, oh yeah, hardship available assistance. You can call number or whatnot. But I think I saw some note that said if I do a hardship thing and then I do get like they push back the payment, that it would actually be reported to my credit and like harm me in that sort of way.
Yeah, while you're on the hardship, yeah, if you do approve it, it does say here that please note that under a hardship plan, your account may be reported with the special comment code, either a modified or forbearance to the credit agency, which may impact your credit rating. That is correct. So you weren't interested in the hardship because of that?
Yeah, probably not then. I probably just but right now though, so I have a loan and I have it says right here I'm late already, but it says I have until May 19th really to pay it off. And so I can pay it off. But I was just curious, so I would need to put it in though, like so it's due May 19th, but I would need to submit my bank transfer to the 181 payment by May like 13th or 14th because it takes 2 or 3 business days to go through, correct?
Oh, well, payments actually take 7 days to complete, but the thing is, as long as you schedule it for the 19th, even if it takes 7 days, you're still going to be credited for the 19th.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So
So if you schedule it for the 19th, that we're going to take that in consideration that you schedule it 7 days for it to come out. As long as you schedule it for the 19th, you won't have any late fees on the account. That's that 15-day grace period they give you every month.
Oh, okay. So if I schedule a payment to go through on May 16th, we'll say, then it should be on time technically, even if it takes 7 days to process.
Yeah, because our payments take 7 days to process and complete, but as long as you schedule for a day before your grace period, you're still going to be credited for that day, so you're good to go. You won't have any late fees on the account.
Okay then. Okay then.
Okay,
That
so you
sounds.
think that's helpful,
Yeah, and then
the grace period?
yeah, and then so long as I don't do more before May 19th, nothing gets reported to credit anyways. Even after it has to be 30 days of late fee, then it's reported to credit, right? For now, if I do go past May 20th, then I just get a late fee, right?
Yeah, so as far as the credit reporting, I start reports all accounts on a monthly basis to the credit agencies. So as long as you get the full past due amount in by the next upcoming due date, the account will be reported as current. So that just means that May the 4th, 2025, we're not reporting that until June the 4th, 2025.
Okay.
So let's just say, for instance, you end up getting a late fee on the 20th, because that's the day you'll get a late fee. As long as you get the monthly amount and the late fee in by June the 4th, 2025, the account can be reported as current. So you have all the way until June 4th, 2025 before we report it late.
Okay. Okay. Well, and then
Yeah, but if you don't want to, you just want to make sure you make it by the 19th.
and then what would my late fee fee? Do you know the number? Like exactly, like say May 20th, I don't pay. Okay, I have a late fee and this payment of 181. What would the fee be? How much?
The late fee is $15.
$15.
Yeah, 15.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not much. Oh, okay then. Okay, that answers all my questions then. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm glad I could answer all your questions today. There is a brief survey if you'd like to participate. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Okay. Oh, and sorry, one quick question. Sorry, one more quick question. Sorry. Do you guys do any? Do you guys do any cash secured loans? Like if I have like a proof of assets, like a bank statement, like say 50,000. Do you guys do like a cash secured loan with that or?
I don't think we do, to be honest. But I'm the payments department. I only take payments. Did you want me to transfer you to the application department to ask that question? Because I don't want to lie to you until you know.
Yeah, sure.
They might know that though.
Yeah, sure. If you could do that, then that would be great.
Yeah, give me one moment. I'm gonna get you transferred over. Just let them know, because they might try to transfer you back over here because it's the payments part, but let them know you just have an application question and food offer, something like that.
Okay. Thanks so much.
No problem. You have a great rest of your weekend. Bye bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Please hold.
$30, man. God damn it.
moment while I connect you to the next available agent. If you would like to participate in a short survey after this call to rate us on the service provided by your customer service representative, please press 0 now and stay on the line after the call to complete the survey. If you Thank you for calling Upstart Loan Operation. My name is Nikki. May I have your first name and last name, please?
Jacob Delatorre.
Thank you very much for calling. How are you doing today?
Good.
Can you please confirm your email address?
Lumicities@gmail.com.
Thank you. And what is the four last digit of your social security, please?
0724.
Thank you. And just to confirm, your phone number would be 951-733-8490, and your email address is lumicities@gmail.com.
Yeah.
Thank you. And your mailing address is 928 Randall Ranch Road, Corona, California, 92881.
Yeah.
And thank you very much. And how can I help you today?
So I just was curious if you guys do any asset-based loans or kind of like cash secured loans, but would mainly just be off of like proof of assets. Like if I could show a bank statement, basically like if I could show a bank statement of 50,000, would I be able to qualify for a loan? And then this is without like a credit check or income verification. It's more just the documents or the ability to repay is based off of my substantial bank statement proof of assets. If you could help me with that, if that's possible.
In that case, we offer like small loans, personal loans, and all of them we do check the rate, and we check the credit score. We do a hard check and a soft check, and then a hard one. Then so in that case,
Okay. Okay, then no worries. Then I think that answers my question.
any other questions?
No, that'll be it. Thank you.
Well, thank you once again for calling. My name is Nikki. At the end of the call, you'll receive a service you would like to do that. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thanks. Bye.
Yes, bye-bye.
Damn rusty on Weeble. Just trying to get fucking filled and shit. And it just cost me fucking huge. Damn it. Oh well. What? No. Hey, are you guys gonna eat lunch or something?
Lunch, yeah, we had leftover.
You guys have turkey or no?
There's turkey, yeah, there's turkey meat, and there's rice. Aren't you eating rice now, Milo? You don't like rice?
Yeah, no, I ate dinner last night. It was fine.
You eat there's red rice, there's white rice, and then there's veggie, I think a little bit left, and then there's
Okay, let me
beans. Eat
let me
some beans, mom. Those are fried beans. That's protein.
okay let me eat some.
Eat beans.
Okay.
So what we should do is, if you feel in the summer it's hot, we should put a fan in your room. Why didn't you want me to put a fan?
It's not really here. It's not here. It's outside.
not here.
Cool in
You go
here.
outside only?
No, it's fine. It's cool in here. It's outside.
Yeah, because I'm always turning on the heat. Like right now it's cool. It doesn't feel hot at all.
Yeah.
It's 100 degrees outside or 90, whatever. So the thing is, just you still have that appointment, right? Go to the doctor. I need you to go so they can help you with just check your brain. Even Steven said they're like sports medicine.
Yeah,
Steve already
told
you
me.
know, for kids that they get like football concussions and stuff like that, they have help therapy to help you feel better. So you need to do that. You need to put in your mind, I need help. I have an issue. Let me try to solve it, and then you get over it. You understand?
Yeah.
If it's super hot, why are you wearing a sweater?
Well, I'm gonna go downstairs. So.
Sweater, that's too hot.
Yeah.
And don't, you guys, how come Jason uses so much damn toilet paper? I told him he's gonna buy his own toilet paper with his own money. He's wasting so much. He has like a half a roll, and one time he sits down.
I don't know.
So much waste. Don't do that. I don't know if you do it, but that's what he's doing. You're gonna need like protein stuff, like beans, rice. You need to eat that. You can't just eat eggs only. And fruits, the veggies are good. Strawberries and blueberries, but that's not what you need.
Yeah. Jason. I mean,
super expensive.
yeah, Mom already told me.
Deal.
I already
So
scheduled.
look, I'm gonna get another dental insurance for you guys. Well, we're gonna get probably the same one we had Delta. So once we get it, then you make an appointment. 'Cause you have good clean teeth. You always brush
Yeah,
your
honestly, even with like, even if it was free tomorrow, like I
Okay,
actually
the
have
other
no
thing
bad
is,
days.
since you don't go out to the cellular, have you checked vitamin D? Vitamin D, well, you get it from foods, but if you're not getting enough vitamin D,
Yeah.
most people, listen, most people are short or lack vitamin D. So you need to check, 'cause if you don't go in the sun, 'cause you don't like the sun or it's not hot or
Yeah.
whatever, you need to
And
check
then also,
that. Go.
did you tell Jason about if I could just drive the Honda?
He doesn't want you to like drive it. He's like, oh,
Why?
that was my car. I don't like, 'cause he has this thing. I mean,
He just doesn't like it either.
I told him, and so he'll probably say, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Just take your car. It has the air conditioner already. It works good. Have you tried it? It works great. The air conditioner, same as the Camry has that air conditioner. When are you supposed to start? Jacob,
What?
when are you supposed to start your work?
What?
When are you supposed to start that place? They hired you or you still doing interviews?
I'm still doing interviews. What place
Okay,
hired me?
so do the interviews first and see
Yeah, of course.
the job.
Of course, that's what I'm doing every day.
Speaking of the job, just talk about it. Don't miss that appointment at Mount Sarah for the therapy.
Uh huh.
Dude, he was a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. Psychologist will help you retrain your mind and keep you positive and be helpful. It's called cognitive behavior, cognitive therapy. Just talking to you and stuff, so you don't have to be afraid of some of the things.
Uh huh.
That's what I went on. Anxiety.
Okay.
Behavior therapy.
What?
You send it?
Hello?
Upstart card payment?
Yeah, yeah,
$181? Did you already pay that?
yeah. It's already in motion.
Okay, 'cause that's why I put my notes that you owe. I don't want you to get that credit. You don't want to get high credit. So you always make sure you pay on time.
Yeah, no, it's already in process. It should process.
Therapy, when you go to the doctor, you tell her you want a specialist that does cognitive behavior. Write it down. Cognitive behavior therapy. They just talk to you and they do like physical therapy things for your neck, your head, your brain. So
Yeah, Steve already said that he's gonna take me to a physical therapist and do like physical therapy for my head. That'll be really good, actually.
yeah, but the insurance can do that. That's what I'm saying. A doctor, you ask him a place like that, that insurance covers it. Why are you gonna pay out of pocket if you don't have to? You have insurance.
Well, wherever it is, I don't know. Wherever it is, Steve said he'd help me figure it out. So
Yeah, it's gotta be just Blue Shield. You have Blue Shield HMO. All you gotta do is the doctor that you go, your regular doctor, you ask her, and who can, like if she has a physical therapy place that is under the network, it's called. And they, no, it's like you did it before where they refer you to a specialist. You just find that specialist, and then you need to go like to psychologist, so you won't be such afraid of touching things. Before you heal, you have to understand that you have an issue. Like me with my anxiety, I knew I had a problem. Like, okay, I have a problem with anxiety in my mind, but I'm scared, I'm afraid.
Listen, we've talked about this before. That's not the issue. Mom's yelling at you, saying to go talk to me about how I need to go see a psychologist. That's dumb. I don't need to see a psychologist. I don't. That's a waste of time.
I'm telling you for that.
Well,
Psychologists help you to not be afraid of like your phobia of germs.
and
You
I'm.
don't think you have a problem, Jacob? You really don't think you have a problem?
Yeah, no, that's not the issue. That's not the issue right now. Yeah, sure, I had the germaphobe, but that's like whatever. I'm not even that bad anymore. I stopped. My hands, they feel fine. I don't do that much anymore. It's not an issue. What's an issue right now is my head. That's the issue right now. That's what should be more important. Like psychologists, I mean, sure, whatever, but right now, I need to help my head.
You have an issue with germophobia because you do. Even Stevens told you the same. It's like me telling my sister, Carmen, you're not an alcoholic. She is, but she doesn't want to accept it. That's the first thing to healing something is saying, yeah, I have a problem. I need help and you fix it. That's all I'm actually saying. That you need help.
Yeah,
Fix it.
yeah, I know
So,
that.
yeah,
I know that.
those things. The physical therapy, yeah, for the head trauma, all that, your trauma, yeah, we're gonna take care of that. But then you also have that germophobia thing. I mean, I see you, Jacob. You help me to move a ladder. You don't even want to wear gloves. Not even you go and you grab towels and you barely grab it. You're afraid to touch it, and that's normal.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Hey, every kid.
What are you talking about? You wear gloves all the time. What are you talking about?
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Are you there?
Hello?
You understand? I went through that. I'm just trying to tell you that. But with psycho, like it's called cognitive behavior therapy. They just talk to you. They don't give you any pills. They don't give you any exercises. They just help you to retrain your mind to think positive, to think differently, not to be angry. Also, mom needs that too. She needs to go to anger management psychologist. I'm trying to convince her to go. I went. You can go, and then mom needs to go. We all have something. Nothing wrong with saying, okay, I have an issue with anger too, and that's psychological. So that means you have to go to psychologists, not a psychiatrist. That's where people are giving you medicine and you're going, why your headache and your schizophrenia, none of that stuff. No, psychology. They just talk to you about positive thinking. That's what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Cognitive behavior therapy. So just tell her that you want a doctor that does that kind of stuff, and they have someone that does cognitive behavior therapy. Maybe write it down. And then Steven, and you can ask him about the physical sports therapy.
Uh-huh.
Did Steven tell you he was gonna go with you, the doctor, or what?
Yeah, he said he was gonna take me to one. He said he found one in like Riverside or something like that. Mhm.
Go to the doctor, they may ask you to do a panel. They do that all the time. They ask you, it's like a 14 panel check. They check your blood, they make sure everything's good. And what it is something in your body like like protein or there's a lot of different proteins, you know, like there's calcium, you know what I'm saying? And you might not even know it. You might be missing something low on one of those vitamins.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I've been kind of using them.
Have you ever done a blood test? No, there's a blood work. It's called a blood test. Have you ever done that, or are you like Steven afraid of needles or something? I mean, that's the only way to do it. They gotta do a blood test. They have to
Listen,
draw
it's.
a little bit of
I
blood.
really don't think that's gonna do crazy things. The best thing I could do is just take vitamins and eat good. Like it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but how do you know that you're not short on something if you don't do a test? The only way to know. I don't know if I'm short on
And I don't know. You guys think that if I get vitamin D, my concussion head is gonna magically feel super healed? Like I don't. It doesn't work like that.
You're missing something else. They can give you a headache. I just told you about Alex. And you know who else? Ernie too. Ernie, that's Gloria's brother. Same thing. He was low. He had diabetes or something, but he was low on vitamin D. And he told me I was sluggish. I was tired, James, and I don't know why. I just didn't feel good. And once I got my vitamin D level, it was man. I went back to like normal. I felt normal. He told me. But what I'm saying is, you don't know if there's something else that's causing you headaches. You understand? Maybe it's not your concussion. Maybe it's just something else. That's my point.
Yeah.
So then on top of that, there's nothing that, it wouldn't hurt you. Steven goes and gets checked all the time. I check my blood once a year. You're supposed to do it. Like, you're young and everything, but when's the last time that you remember that you ever did a blood work? Like, check your cholesterol. That's just the basic stuff. You check you don't have any issues, but I'm saying you could, and you don't know it. All they're gonna say is, okay, everything's good, Jacob. You're all fine, which I'm pretty sure it is. But you can do a basic lipo. It's called lipo. They check your liver. They check your kidney. It's just a blood work, basically. It's just to check your body. Unless you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. But since you're going to the doctors, you tell her, can you send me to do blood work, like just like physical, just like a physical exam, Anyways, going back to the Steven thing, I'm gonna talk to him as long as it's Blue Shield, and they give you that sports medicine therapy for free. Well, it covers you pay a copay, but it's a lot less than paying it out of pocket. I mean, unless they don't have anything like that, they will go and get you the physical therapy will pay whatever. But I'm just saying, if you can go through the insurance, you know what I mean?
Well, I'll talk with him and figure it out. I don't know. We'll see. Right now, I just need to.
Dr. Steven. And so you have an interview, you said, and then let's see if you get it, and I'll talk to Jason, maybe I can convince him to let's use the car. Like you said, it's kind of our car, but at the same time, I told him that was going to be for him. Remember, we gave you a car, we helped you get a car. So technically, you paid for your car. You gave me $5,000, and even though I put it back in the bank and you spent it, I don't know where, the 3,800 is what you owe. I don't know what you do with that money. You probably traded it or something. I don't know.
Remember, we did this years ago. I gave it to Jason years ago.
How could you give $3,800 that was my money to Jason? Tell me.
Because he just did. And at that time, again, remember, we were rich. I didn't care about money. We were 21, and I was making tens of thousands a day. I had remember, Jason, we had 40,000-50,000 in our bank accounts.
Yeah.
So I didn't care about money. I didn't care. I was just like, sure, you could have it. I have 20,000. This is fine.
And you made that kind of money trading?
Yeah, no, that was drop shipping. That was drop shipping 5 years ago. Remember Shopify? Because you know how we have $10,000 of stupid IRS tax. You know why? Because we made $100,000 drop shipping.
Okay, so then, all right, so that's 2022. Yeah, and right now I got a letter. I hope that not Nick, but Matt can still fix it because they sent the letter again saying, you guys owe the same amount of money, 7,000, whatever, 6,000. It's like with penalties, it's like 7,000, but I hope that they haven't. In other words, I think they haven't got the letter, the revision yet. I'm hoping they'll respond to it. I sent it to Matt last night. In fact, it came in last night. So we're not out of the woods yet. I told you guys. I already accepted
Yeah, that was when I was 5. That was 5 years ago. I learned my lesson. That was 5 years ago.
You were delusional thinking you're gonna make all this money all the time, and see, it's not happening anymore. Jason can't even do it. Jason keeps complaining that he's poor, he's poor, he's poor. I go, whatever the reason you decide not to go more for drop shipping or doing that stuff no more. You have to make your own, but somehow, I mean, just
Mm-hmm.
for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
Mm-hmm.
do you remember or not? You can't do that now or what? Like jobs, you know how you did that medical thing?
What do you mean I can't do it?
Yeah, can you? Have you applied for that? Remember you have experience doing that.
Yeah, what do you mean? I'm applying for everywhere. Dude, I'm applying for everywhere. Everywhere.
Okay, and I heard just recently that yeah, the economy is getting tougher and tougher, means jobs are harder to find. But you know, just keep looking and just keep trying, and then you'll find something eventually. This job that you interviewed had, they said that they might give you that high. What is that? Is that like basically going to a place for on calls, or is that the sales job you were talking about?
Yeah, it was just call center.
Okay, the call center is good as long as it's not all sales based. As long as they got commission and sales. Like as long as you get like a small salary and then sales on top, that's good. But if it's all commission and sales, then you don't want those kind of jobs. It's hard. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta find something that is more like, you know, that just has like a salary or a base pay, and then on top of that you can do the sales. But anyways, okay, so
Okay, well,
just keep that in mind.
I'm
Those two
applying.
things that you need to go. Okay, and don't. You have your date and calendar of the appointment with the doctor. You told
Uh-huh.
Steven that we can go with you.
Yeah, I guess, sure.
We can go with you if it's afternoon. You know what time you're having?
No, alright, yeah, I do. It's 9:30, May 14, so it's fine.
9:30. I'm just saying 'cause he works, but you know, like that way he can go with you to get that sports referral. But maybe you can request it there when you go to the doctor. But you have to know like the name of that thing that Steven's talking about. If it's sports therapy, or if it's psychological thing like a psychologist. Like I said, I think that will help you both too, with your germ thing and in your head
14th.
May 14th
Mm-hmm.
at 9:30,
Yep.
right?
Or here, let me see. It's May 14th. Yeah, it is.
At 9:30, and is it Dr. Talakan?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably Dr. Talakan because he's the one that was your doctor last time. She still should be your doctor. Okay, so from there you tell her you want a referral then on your head, concussion, and that kind of stuff.
Yep.
You just gotta really tell her like, I need to see a specialist. I've been going to many times, different places, how they got better, it's worse. You kind of make up even more than it really is. That way they can get to the specialist because sometimes they don't want to do it. You know what I mean? They just want to give you like medicine and just like that's their job. They just want to sell medicine. But if you ask her for the sports guy medicine, whoever does that kind of work, whoever they're called, she knows, and she can send you to that concussion doctor or therapist, I guess it's called, I don't know what they call it. But
Mm-hmm.
if you don't have that, then after that you gotta do your germophobia thing, because that's also an issue. Like if you go to work, that means you can't.
Uh-huh.
Is that how you did it?
Yep.
Because at the house, you said you don't have a problem anymore, you're good, that's fine. I hope that's true, and then you don't have to be so afraid. But every time I see you do something, I ask you, help me bring this door down, help me this, you don't want to touch it. Why? Tell me, why don't you want to touch the door? It's just the door paint, and everybody touches them for millions of years, thousands of years, nothing happens to those people. To me, I've been touching doors for 25 years, or 30 years, 40 years. Tell me why you have to get a napkin to touch it.
Because your gloves, they're when I wear your gloves, my hands smell. You can't smell anymore. You lost your sense of smell. You lost it. You can't smell anymore. But I can smell like dirt. And I notice if I go and wash my hands, it still smells like dirt. Still. So all I do is I just get a paper towel, and then that stops it. It's fine. Now it's fine with the paper towel. It's fine.
Okay, why don't we do this? I'm gonna buy you a brand new pair of gloves that only you wear.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Your smell, right? So you can take your own smell, right? Because it's your hands, your smell, your
Yeah,
skin.
whatever it is. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because also for you. I mean, you recently got gloves, but I remember for years, all your gloves would smell like dirt, like dirt.
Yeah, because they weren't brand new. I've been buying newer ones. I buy them more. Like before, I would just use the same old gloves, and they were dirty.
Yep, they would smell, and they would like I don't know what it was, but I would wash my hands, and the smell wouldn't go away. It would like stain somehow.
So if I gave you a pair of brand new gloves, I'm asking you, if I gave you a brand new gloves, they're brand new, and I never used them, they're brand new from the store, they're still in the tag, you open them up and you wear them, and then you put your name on them, Jacobs, only or whatever, and you keep them in your room or in the garage, certain spot where only you know, and only you wear them, nobody else is gonna wear them. That way you can wear them and you can grab things and help me like you're supposed to, like a normal kid, like a normal person. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I want you to understand. I'm trying to understand why you do things that you do, and I'm going, okay, if it's normal, as a dad, I have to be concerned that you're doing things that are normal, and you're doing things so far. I mean, I'm proud. Right? Even Jason's kind of a little bit of germophobic. He's always wasting a bunch of towels washing his hands. A little bit is normal, it's fine, but that's the issue. So you have to understand that you need to say, yeah, I do have a problem. I need to change this or fix it or whatever it is. But I just want you to know that I think you have a germophobia problem in a way. That's what it's called.
Mhm.
Different names for it. And you need to understand that, yes, maybe I do have it. Yeah, maybe I need help to get rid of it, or I don't want to have that. I mean, at the end of the world, it's not that big of a deal, but if that, hey, if I ask you, help me this, but if you got a job and they go, hey, Jacob, can you So
Mhm.
that's not normal either. You know that.
Yeah, I already know that, and I'm getting better from it. My hands are back to
Yeah, your
normal.
hands, yeah.
My
Because
hands,
everybody
I was.
notices. I don't know if you don't know, but people notice. I know you've been trying to like do things like that nobody will know. Like you need that Carmen, she told me like, ¿qué pasó con el cubito? ¿Por qué tiene las manos rojas, rojas? I'm like thinking to myself, damn, you should see them before when he was really bad. They were really bad. Right now they're actually healed. But you know what I'm saying? People just notice normal, just normal things. Like, I mean, I'm not telling you that Hercules is not perfect either. William's got all those problems and, his gay life and all that. That's wrong, but I mean, obviously, I don't think that he could ever fix or heal. Tiffany, she's put up with that. She's like, Mom, Tiffany needs to go to anger management classes too because she can't even be around her mom. They're always fighting. Same thing, kind of like your mom, kind of. I just realized that. That Carmen and Tiffany, she's got a bad attitude too, and I think it's not from her. Tiffany just hates the world, like I think it's because all the trauma from her dad, going with another woman and cheating and all that. She's traumatized, I think, which is kind of normal in a way. But she's always mean to me, too. I don't even do it to her. Hi, Tiff, how you doing? Hey, I don't want to talk right now. I'm busy. I don't want to. I'm mad. I'm like, what? I just said hi.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm saying. She's got that anger problem. Just different in your body. I also had changes in those symptoms. I had headaches. I felt dizzy. I even felt like I was going down in a pit. I believe because I've been through it. I know what it is. People that never had anxiety or stress or like, anger problems, they don't know what it is. But you would know, and I know, but it's all so in part of our brain. Like the doctor told me, look, a lot of this you created. You don't want to create this. I know you don't want to be like this, but you are creating it. You have to learn and change your mind, your thinking. Once you change your brain and your mind, and it can be done because you think more positive, positive, then little by little you start healing, healing, and all those symptoms don't go away, but just stop, don't go away. And I never believed him. I go, oh, now I'm gonna be sick like this forever till I die. Just like you told me about your concussion, remember? He said, you're always going to have that concussion till you die. And right away, I said, oh no, Jacob is just like me. It happened just like me. He did the same thing, the same thing I did with my anxiety. So the same thing I thought, never going to heal, I'm going to be like this forever. Yeah, it took a while. It took like 2.5 years, 2 years. Boom, it went away. But I had a lot of help from therapy, listening to like, most of that YouTube. Believe it or not, I listen to a lot of YouTube psychologists. That's what you're free. I didn't even have to go to. I did go to psychologists, and I didn't take an insurance and covered it. But remember, do you remember? You were okay then. Remember when I was sick and I had a closed legacy? Do you remember?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I
Jacob,
remember.
do you remember when I had to close the company? Mom was all mad. Everybody was like, "Man, what's going on? What's wrong with you?" I couldn't even function. I couldn't even drive. I was like, if I try to drive, I was sweating, and I knew physically that all these symptoms were happening, and I knew it. So that's why I said to myself, okay, I need help. I don't know what this is. Once I went to therapist and said, look, James, you're getting panic attacks. You're getting like at night, you're getting night sweats, and like it's anxiety. It's a panic attacks. It's called nocturnal
No, no, I just get just nasty. It's just nasty to me. That's it.
There you go. That's perfect. It says nasty. You say, it's gross, it's nasty.
It's just
Okay, so that's the part you need to get over.
yeah, exactly. That's the part. That's the part I've been working on. That's the part I've been working on. I've been doing.
Because listen, do you remember when I kept telling you forever not to throw the damn flosses and you did it? You even to be okay with that. Cognitive behavior therapy. He basically helped me to be positive. He was my friend that created positivity in my mind because I was negative, super negative. I was so afraid when I lost my company, when I had a panic attack. I thought I was gonna die from touching this. I even remember I would like not even touching people because I thought they were gonna give me AIDS. Like the negrita that used to work at my work, and I go, oh man, don't touch me, because you know blacks they always have like a lot of drugs and diseases and whatever. And so like I remember that if she touched me, I go, oh my god, I'm gonna get AIDS. You know, that's how. See how bad my brain was too? So I'm trying to tell you that maybe you're hearing it from me. I don't know if it's aired. I don't think it is. I think it just happens. Or maybe it's some kind of the genes, maybe possibly. But I'm trying to tell you that I went through that. Same thing you're going through, but like probably worse. But you don't remember maybe because you didn't, you know me, you didn't really talk, whatever. I was busy at work, legacy, doing my thing, making money, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But all those years, I was sick like that, just like you. Like, oh, this is gross. I was afraid of everything. Everything made me sick. Back then, I used to have smell. So I hated it. They had a little bit of that too. At the shop, you couldn't smell the motor oil. Like, dude, it's motor oil. So what? We have trucks. You gotta smell like gas and like oil once in a while. And you do it, and nobody likes it, but once in a while when you smell the smoke or you know, just I go, well, we have a business, the trucks, you know, spray trucks, spray trucks on the walls, on the business. So I got used to that too, but I'm just telling you that's what you need to start working on. Little by little, maybe you can start working on the part where it goes, oh, it's gross or that, and the gloves, like grabbing things, normal, just carry things. Because you're like a gym guy, you like to lift. Oh, you lift your leg and pick up stuff. But you can't lift and you can only touch it with your pinkies. That's just not normal. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I want you to understand.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I can't live as germaphobe, not be able to do anything, and I can't live just always sick with a concussion, even if whatever I can't. So I get that's the point. So mhm. Mhm.
¿No vas a comer?
Come in.
¿Agarraste el trabajo?
Give me a second. Mhm.
¿En dónde?
Give me a second on the phone. What do you want? What do you need? Give me a second. I'm on the
Quiero
phone.
saber si agarraste trabajo.
Yeah, no, give me a second. I'm calling on the phone.
Pero no me puedes decir si agarraste trabajo.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I didn't. They just called. They're gonna call me later. It's
Oh,
just,
no, entonces no.
mhm. Yeah.
And a big huge thing out of it. He goes, oh, I got this ungrown toenail. I'm not gonna have it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to live like this forever. Remember he used to say that? And look at him now. He's fine. You know, this toe it went away. He got some discomfort for a while, pain for a while, then it went away. Because I told him you have to make it go away. You have to let time go by and it'll heal, it'll go, and it'll pass. And sure enough, it did. You know, and he had another time and he had some other issue. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was
margin.
Okay, question about margin. One moment, please.
All of our representatives are currently busy, but we'll be with you in a moment. Please remain on the line and your call will be answered by the next available representative.
Thank you for calling Fidelity Investments. Your call is very important to us, and we'll be with you as soon as we can. You can find our latest perspective on the markets and strategies for volatility at fidelity.com/volatility. Connecting support for
And thank you for calling Fidelity Investments. My name is Dennis Broker Strategy. May I have your first and last name?
Jacob Delatorre.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time for me, sir?
Jacob Delatorre.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Valtorre, for providing that. Do you have an account number I can take a look at?
No, actually, I'm a new customer. I don't have.
Okay, are you calling in regarding, questions? You don't have an account number, or what? Can you tell me a little bit more about the nature of your call? How may I assist?
Yeah. Just wanted to learn more about you guys' securities backed line of credit. If you guys do that.
Security back line of credit. Yeah, if you have an account with us, we can connect you with a financial advisor. They can go ahead and assist you with getting that security line of credit against your investment holding. Now, you don't have an account with us, or
Yeah.
what are you looking to like securitize, or what?
Yeah, so I was looking to open an account with you guys, but first I wanted to know if you guys even offered. It's called actually securities based lending. Yeah, I was on a call earlier with someone else for like an hour about just your margin accounts rules and things like that. So yeah, I was wondering if I could just call back again and get more info on securities based lending, how that like what the process would be if I were to open up a brokerage and then apply for securities based lending. Basically get like a cash loan off of my securities. So my plan goal was I have 70K cash. I was going to deposit 70K cash into the brokerage and then apply for a securities based or backed loan. It's called SBLOC, something like that, and I could get an extra cash loan deposited in that account as extra. And so not just margin, but like actual cash, like they said 50% I could do SBLOC, would be like 35,000. So just calling about that, how that would look.
Yeah, we can do that for you, but the net worth requires $500,000 per account too if you want to do security-based lending.
Oh, really? So security-based lending is a minimum requirement for 500,000, not just like 70,000.
Yes, that's the minimum requirement. It's 500,000. So how it works is we will connect you with one of our financial advisors. They will work with you, to basically to work with like a bank or like a third-party lenders, and they'll evaluate your portfolio, and based on that, they'll give you a loan based on your portfolio value. But the minimum portfolio value has to be about $500,000.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I thought 70,000 I'd be rich and apply, but I need 500,000. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And then I guess I know your Fidelity, right? But I guess is that the sort of norm, like standard practice for SBLOC programs and applications, securities backed line of credits? They're all usually wanting 500,000, or
That I'm not sure about other brokerage house, but at Fidelity, that's basically the minimum requirement.
okay. Okay then. Well, that there we go. That answers my question. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you
Okay.
for calling. You have a good rest of your day. Okay?
Thanks so much. Bye.
not a Schwab brokerage client and want to open a new account or learn about products and services, press 2. All representatives are currently assisting other clients. Please remain on the line to speak with the next available representative. Here is today's closing market.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you for calling Charles Schwab. My name is Chase Medeiros. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
Jacob Delatorre.
Hi Jacob, how are you today?
Hey, good.
Actually, how can I assist today, my friend?
Yeah, so I was actually calling in regards to your guys. If you have a product, it's either the pledged asset line product or the you guys have securities backed line of credit. If you guys offer those products, right? And I think the minimum requirement to qualify for those products, is it 70,000 or 100,000?
This is a great question. It's for the pledge asset line, that'd be 100,000.
Okay, and then what about the SBLC?
Do you know how much? While I'm looking that up here for you, sir, tell me a little bit about your situation, what you're interested in getting started.
Basically, I'm just trying to get a securities-based line of credit with the 70,000. I have 70,000 cash, and I wanted to use that 70K cash as collateral, you know, to pull out securities-based loan or the pledged asset line where I get, you know, basically a cash loan, right? Not just like margin, because I know you have a margin account, so I could put 70K cash and I would get margin, but I don't want margin. I want like actual like cash back, you know, because yeah.
Let me ask, why are you wanting to borrow funds when you have cash and it's in cash?
Excuse me.
Why are you wanting to borrow it? Like, if you have $70,000 in cash, right? Why would you invest and then leverage and then pay interest on that borrowed funds instead of just using the cash?
I have a bank account that I would get interest in, so I wanted that 70K cash to sort of stay in there. But I was thinking I could just use that 70K cash and leverage that sort of loan. So.
Okay. Let me try to kind of understand like the big picture here for you, sir. So you got 70K in cash in the bank. What's the interest rate that you're getting on it?
I can't remember exactly.
So you got 70K in cash with unknown interest rate, and then want to buy. Do you know what you want? What stock you want to buy?
It would probably be like SPY or DIA.
SPY or DIA to then leverage for a loan. What's the loan amount you're interested in?
Probably be like 30,000 or 20,000, 20 or 30,000.
For how long?
Maybe a year. 6 months to a year.
So So again, let me just try to, now that I appreciate you providing me that information, that gives me a little bit better picture of what we're working with. I guess kind of what I'm trying to understand here for you, sir, is why you wouldn't take like the 30K and deploy those funds in the way that you want to use for the loan, and then like invest the 40 grand, and then that way you don't have to borrow and pay interest and like reduce, have like a reducing aspect to your value.
Again, it's just really important for me for other personal reasons as well, to have that 70K in my bank, but still just be able to leverage this product. Yeah, I just wanted to be able to do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. Actually, yeah, it was a couple years ago. I was, and then you guys got swallowed up by, or you guys did the I don't know. You guys merged with TD, right? TD Ameritrade, I believe. And yeah, I remember there was this. It was like I actually did try to reopen another brokerage account with you guys like last year, even a couple years ago. But every time I just could not get someone on the phone. And then I think I remember I got something like they said something was backed up because of the merging that I had to submit like a paper. I had to like go somewhere or mail like a physical paper copy of something. I don't know what about opening accounts. So yeah.
Let me go ahead and get some things set up here for you. Is your email still djjacob51 at Yahoo?
Yeah, djacob51 at yahoo.com. Yeah.
And is the phone number still the 951-733-8490?
Yeah.
And what's your zip code, sir?
92881.
92881?
Yeah.
And then for the spelling of your last name, it's E-E space L-A space G-O-R-R-E. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And what bank is that the checking account in with the 70K currently?
Chase.
And do you have any other outside investments or assets that we should be aware of, sir?
No. Are you right now? Are you like opening up like a Schwab brokerage account for me right now, or is you just
Right now, I'm taking some notes and getting some things set up here for you, sir. What I'm going to kind of do is get you connected to our lending solutions team to have them kind of take a look over your situation and have a little bit more of an in-depth conversation about what it is that you're looking at wanting to do, and they'll be able to kind of provide you some in-depth kind of speculation of what that situation would look like for you and how it would play out as far as amount to cover, what the how you can leverage the SPY or DIA positions that you're interested in rolling the cash into, and what that would look like as far as interest rates and everything.
okay?
So I'm just setting up like essentially kind of like a holding place here for some notes and your contact information. And now I'm going to also kind of reach out to the lending solutions team to help them get connected with you to help go over those next steps for you as well. All right.
Okay, beautiful. Sounds great. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Well, I've got everything else still pulled up on my end. Any other questions that you'd like me to take a look at while I have you on line?
No, I think that'll be it.
Okay, perfect. Let me go ahead and get that set up here for you then. And then then let me take a look. Let me ask here, sir, are you available right now? I can try to reach out to my lending team to see if there's anyone available right now. I know it is a little bit towards the end of the day. I can see if there's one of my colleagues that's available from our lending team right now. If not, I can definitely pass along all your information and have them follow up with you next week if you'd like.
Yeah, I could try to see if someone's available right now.
Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and reach out to them and see if I can connect you with someone. Do you mind if I put you on brief hold?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate you. One moment here.
Here is today's closing market update provided by our media affiliate, the Schwab Network. Visit schwabnetwork.com to learn more. Welcome to the wrap. I'm Alex Coffey here to recap this week's top market stories. Let's take a look at higher inflation. Which was in December. On tariff. I'll reach out to the branch that's local to you in Corona, catch them up to speed with one of their consultants, and I'll have them reach out to you to introduce themselves to help you take your next steps here with us, all right?
Okay then, no worries then.
Okay, perfect. Actually, I'll go ahead and get them caught up to speed and have them reach out, and I'll also go ahead and send over an email for you with my information as well, in case there's any other questions I can assist with on my end. All right, Jacob?
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. Have a good week.
Absolutely. You have an excellent rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
changed. If you know your party's extension, press 1 now.
Para continuar esta llamada en español, presione 8.
Please enter your account number or your 16-digit card number, or press 1 to proceed to the main menu. Please enter your account number or your 16-digit card number, or press 1 to proceed to the main menu. Press 1 for Money Talks Bank by Phone System. Press 2 for questions about an existing account, a credit or debit card, or to make a loan payment. Press 3 for online or mobile banking. Press 4 to apply for a loan or credit card. Press 5 for branch information, CFS investment services, or insurance services. Press 6 to report a lost or stolen credit card. Press 1 for Money Talks Bank by Phone System. Press 2 for questions about an existing account, a credit or debit card, or to make a loan payment. Press 3 for online or mobile banking. Press 4 to apply for a loan or credit card. Press 5 for branch information, CFS investment services, or insurance services. Press 6 to report a lost or stolen credit card. Press 1 for Money Talks Bank by Phone System. Press 2 for questions about an existing account, a credit or debit card, or to make a loan payment. Press 3 for online or mobile banking. Press 4 to apply for a loan or credit card. Press 1 to apply for a new loan or credit card. Press 2 to inquire. Press 1 to apply for a credit card. Press 2 to apply for a home loan. Press 3 to apply for an auto, personal, or other loan. Press 4.
Oh, this is
Hello?
Ellen. Can I help you?
Hello?
Hi, this is Ellie. How can I help you today?
Hey, yeah, I just had a question about your guys's savings share account, right? It's like it's a share secured loan, and I wanted to use some cash as collateral for that loan, that share account loan.
Yeah, the interest rate on that is 4%. So we pretty much put your funds on hold, and as you make payments, the whole lives until it's paid off in full.
Okay, so how would that look in the steps? So I would, I'd go to the bank, I'd open up that share savings account, right? Checking or share saving account, whatever it is, right? Then
Right, you would put into that account, we would lock it up for you, and whatever dollar amount you want to borrow from, we would put a hold on it. You'll sign the loan, we'll give you the funds, we put them in your account, and as you make your monthly payments, your hold from your savings will start lifting, and you'll have access to your money as you pay down.
okay, and so it's not necessarily like a cash advance loan, right? Because I might be getting it wrong here. But again, bear with me. I'm new to all this. But say if I had if I had $20,000 in cash in my bank account right now, right?
Right.
And then I deposit that into this share savings account. How do you call it? Sorry. So 20,000 goes into this share savings account, and then it gets locked up, right?
Yes.
And then do I get a loan of 20,000 or 30,000 back, or how does
Yeah.
it? What's the? Do I get 20,000 or 30,000?
You'll get the loan for whatever you put on hold into that share.
Okay, so I'll get the loan for 20,000.
Yes, if that's what you put on hold on that savings share, then yeah, you'll get it. That'll be the dollar amount of the loan.
Okay, so yeah, it's not. It's actually not really necessarily like that. That it's not like it's really not like a loan. Really, then it's not like. It's more like.
Well, you're pretty much using your own money.
Yeah.
To get the loan with the lower rate versus if you use a personal loan of ours, it'll be a really higher interest rate.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's no extra. Like if I deposit 20K cash, I don't get to withdraw 30K, right? It doesn't work like that, right?
No.
Okay. Do you guys do any sort of like securities backed loans or like secured
Yeah,
cash?
you can do an auto as collateral, or you can do a home equity line of credit if you own a home and if you have equity on there.
And then with those require credit check, correct, and whatnot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then no worries. Then yeah, I think that answers my questions. Then, but yeah, you don't do like just purely like cash based collateral sort of loans, right?
No.
Okay. Okay, well, no worries then. I think that answers my questions.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
Welcome to E-Trade. To get started, please say or enter your account number or social security number. Not a current E-Trade customer? Say new account.
New account.
All right, a new account. Please hold while I connect you to a financial services representative. Note that trades placed by a representative are subject to a broker assist fee.
This call is recorded and may be monitored for training, quality assurance, and caller verification purposes. You've been selected to participate in a quick survey after your call to help us provide first-class service. To participate, please remain on the line after speaking with a representative. Please continue to hold, and we will get you to the next available representative. Did you know specific instructions for activating or unrestricting your account
E-Trade,
may
bro,
be
get me in.
available online?
Thanks for calling E-Trade. My name is Jonathan Alexis. How can I help you?
Hey, I was just calling in. I'm a new customer to E-Trade, but so I was interested in you guys have a product of the SBLOC, right? You guys provide that product or service, right?
SBLOC.
Yeah, securities based or securities backed line of credit, right? Do you guys offer that? Yeah, and so I was just calling to confirm if you guys' minimum asset or securities requirement to apply and qualify for the SBLC would be 50,000.
I believe so. I'd have to double check. Can you give me just a second?
Yeah, no worries.
Yep, 50,000.
Okay, great. And then so what does the process of applying for the SBLOC look like? Like, so say I do put in, you know, I put in even 70,000 for into the E Trade brokerage account, and then so I buy 50,000 worth of SPY shares or whatever the securities that it would need to satisfy, whatever. And then would I have to apply for the SBLOC? Would have to do a credit check or anything like that, or is it just kind of I apply for it because I'm over the asset requirement, and then how does that process look?
Yeah, once you meet the asset requirements, then you would just apply for the line of credit.
And then would that be a credit check, or is it just backed by the assets?
It's back with the assets.
Okay, and then so I would just deposit. I'm over 50,000, and then just apply for the SBLOC or line of credit, and then that process, like, would it take like a week for them to review or get approved, or how would that sort of work, right?
Typically, once you submit something like that, it takes between, like in a perfect world, 24 to 48 hours, but in busier times, it can take like 2 to 4 business days.
Okay, and then so I would be getting, again, bear with me here. I'm still probably, I might be incorrect on here about it, but so this line of credit is for so say I put in the 50,000 minimum requirement, right? And then I apply for this line of credit, and then I do get approved. Does that mean that I get that extra $25,000 of cash? Like, it would be 50% of the asset requirement, or how does the loan actually, like, what would the loan numbers be? Would I expect them to be, or?
Let's see. So the amount that you would get back is what you're asking?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Like out of the line of credit?
Yeah, so if I had 50,000 assets,
Let me check on that because I don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
okay, no worries. Okay. No worries. Well,
If you can give me just a few minutes, I'm happy to do some more research and see if I can find the answer for you.
yeah, no worries. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Okay, so it's looking like there's not a way for me to calculate this, so you would have to talk to the line of credit team.
Okay. No worries. But I have another question. So say I do. So what it is, right? Is so I have 50K in the account, right? And then I apply for the SBLOC, right, to get that line of credit, right? Line of credit. And then I would get. We'll just say a number, even though we don't know it. We'll say I get, the 20,000, right, line of credit, right? So then now in my account I have is that line of credit, is that sorry, bear with me here. Like, is that, so I have 50,000 in account, and then if I get approved for a $20,000 line of credit, does my cash balance go up to 70,000?
If you have 50K in the account, you bring in 20K, then yeah.
So I have 50K in the account, but that's just the cash that I deposited, right? I don't have any more. But then the line of credit gives me that extra 20K, so now my account value is 70,000, right?
Oh, okay. So like you would need, okay, so that would definitely be a conversation with line of credit. So like what you would be able to do with those funds.
Yeah, I'm seeing here that 20K, right? That, say if it is that line of credit that I get, that 20K, that extra 20K, I can't use it for options trading or margin trading, right? Or any
Right.
trading, it says, right?
Right.
And then would I also even be able to withdraw that 20K, like just as cash? It says here like it could be used for anything except trading, right? So should I just withdraw that to my bank account, that 20K, or?
So if you're trying to make withdrawals from the account while you are going through line of credit, it puts a restriction on your account. So every time you want to make a withdrawal, you have to call and talk to the line of credit team so they can lift the restriction, process the withdrawal, and then put the restriction back on.
Oh, I see. So what would happen is, I would have 50K in there, and then we'll say, just say my line of credit, I get 20K, so 70K is in there right now, right? And then to withdraw that 20K, I would have to call and they would just lift the restriction, and then I could withdraw it like just fine as long as they just lift the restriction? Or is it that because it's pledging that, I'm pledging that 50K, then, I won't be able to withdraw that 20K at all? It's just locked in there forever? Or
Okay, so for a question like that, definitely, I think we're moving more towards
yeah.
you need to talk about line of credit. So like on Monday, what I suggest is calling it. You already have an account with us, right?
Oh, actually I don't, no, but
Okay. I would suggest if you can get an account open, and then that way we can transfer you to the line of credit team. They can answer the more detailed, direct questions.
okay, I see. Okay then, yeah, but okay, yeah. So yeah, this is definitely
There's
just
also the option, like if you're looking for something like that, we do have managed accounts on the Morgan Stanley side. So if you had an account worth, let's say even 25K, that would start you off at the eligibility to be able to talk to someone on the Morgan Stanley side as far as like what credit loans they have over on that side.
okay, okay, okay then. And then again, this is all in this line of credit. When as soon as I put in the 50,000, really, I'm approved to be able get this line of credit, right? I mean, well, not approved, but like I don't have to. There's nothing else to do. It's just I apply. I don't have to run my credit or income verification or something else. I apply for it and I'll get accepted or denied, right?
Yeah, you'll need to submit the where is it? It's in our forms and applications. So as far as enrollment, trying to find it here. Okay, yeah, you would just go to the online, what we offer, and then click on Floyd Big Lending. And then get started on that, enter in the information.
Okay. Okay, then actually, yeah, I think I actually do see here. So this line of credit, the line of credit that I'm seeing here, I'm seeing on like the FAQ for E-Trade. That line of credit basically is the securities-based line of credit, right? This whole thing for the 50,000, minimum. And then actually, I think on these FAQs maybe. I actually think I do see that it does say that yes, I will need a credit check during the underwriting process of applying for the line of credit. It's saying yes, that credit eligibility requirements apply. So a credit check will be performed, right, when I apply for the SBA or the line of credit, right? I mean, it's saying here, I think, right? Or that information maybe not, right?
I'm not sure. I know that for all accounts we do soft credit checks, not like hard credit checks, which is my understanding.
Oh.
But
Okay. But yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah. So it might just be a soft credit check then, which is just not the hard credit check. You're at least again. Well, we don't know, but.
yeah, I'm not seeing anything about a hard credit check. I'm looking at our total significant knowledge. I don't see anything listed as a hard credit check.
Okay. Okay, I see. Well then, and then
I think for most of this, you're gonna need to talk to line of credit.
yeah.
Because like a lot of this is under their purview, which is why I'm having to try and look up everything I can. And a lot of it is just you're gonna need to talk to them.
Yeah. Okay then. So I would just call this number again, and you'd kind of just transfer me over, or
Yeah, we would get you over to the line of credit so they could walk you through.
and you guys, what time do you guys open on Monday? Would they so I could?
So the line of credit team is, let me see, they're available. Seven a.m. to 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so 5 a.m. They I'm Pacific, so I could call as early as 5 a.m. Monday.
Yep.
Okay, great. And then, I mean, I know it's still a credit, team sort of thing now. You can only do so much on your end, but I guess then, or actually, or yeah, no. Would you again? This could be again a credit. This will be my final question. If it doesn't work, then that's fine. But yeah, I think even though still it might be a credit team sort of question. So if I get the 20K line of credit, right? So I've deposited 50K cash, and then I get that 20K line of credit, right? Just in general, right? You already know that to withdraw any cash after I get that line of credit in there, I have to call and then lift that with strict restriction, right?
Right.
And then let's say I withdraw 50K of cash. There's nothing that has to do with margin here, correct? Like if I would just do it, I would be able to withdraw that 50K cash that I had originally deposited back into my bank, and then keep that 20K line of credit just sitting there in my E-Trade account, and it wouldn't trigger some margin call or anything. Nothing that has to do with margin, or just would I be able to do that? And again, maybe it's still a credit line question, but would you know off the bat if maybe those?
My knee-jerk reaction to a question like that is hard no.
Yeah.
But again, you need to talk to the line of credit team.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay, then no worries, and they'll probably just it's their department, so I'll just wait until Monday then, and ask them, and then let me see, and then also see really quickly, just before I go, you guys have a what's it called here? A fully paid lending program?
Yeah, fully paid lending.
And what is that? Like, how does that work?
So the fully paid lending, I believe, is similar to the line of credit.
Oh, I think this is something. That's something where I actually lend out my.
So you would lend out the securities.
Oh, and then that would
for passive income.
Oh, okay, for passive income, you said.
Yeah, so you would be lending those. So if somebody's trying to do options where they're doing an uncovered trade, then they would use your stock as that cover. So like it may be that you would have those sold, or you would if there was a dividend, it would hit like the tax
Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. And then you guys still do I guess would you a question maybe you would know about maintenance call for you know about my because I'm curious. It says so. There's a maintenance call here, and it says a maintenance call on the FAQ. It says a maintenance call occurs if the market value of the pledged collateral falls below the minimum maintenance requirement, and so that would be my
25,000 in order to.
oh. Okay, so
So if it falls below 25,000, then you get a maintenance call.
and that's my 50K, right? Or
I'm sorry.
is I deposit 50K and then would I get a line of credit and then I have a 70K account balance and then if that 70K falls down to 25K then a maintenance call happens?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I would double check with the line of credit team.
Is it well I guess just also in general is that the same thing of like margin call like kind of the same just different word or is like
Like if you had a margin call, margin needs to be held. Like if you, that's a trader question.
oh okay
So if you had your margin, if you had something purchased on margin, you had it fall below, then you would have a margin call open, which it would have like closing trades only,
okay
because you would need to get the value above what you owe.
and that's for margin
Yeah.
okay and so again the question of you know so 50K in the cash 50K cash in the account 20K line of credit that I'm approved for so I have 70K and then to withdraw that 50K back out in cash what would like if there's any repercussions or bad things that would happen you know that's a line of credit question right
Right.
okay then all right well no worries and I think that'll just do it here you know yeah okay
I appreciate you calling in, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you got any tax or retirement questions for me,
yeah
happy to help.
yeah no worries it'll be better okay all right thank you so much you have a good day
Thanks.
bye